Alright guys, let me pull up this NFL tracking. Okay, that was well. Alright.
Foresight has undrafted free agents. We are here. 105 players will be selected into the NFL draft, and there are certainly compelling lines that will be following. Find out Rivers, Bruce Davis, alongside Louis Riddick, couple of draft analysts, experts here, three of them, in fact, Matt Miller, Field Yates, and Mel Kiper. Mel, day three, why so important?
Well, it's important because you're getting guys that normally would have maybe been second-round picks, but there's a nick here, question there, and they drop into the fourth round. The Ravens had, five fourth-round picks? Travis Jones, defensive tackle. Isaiah Likely, they got punter. Jordan Snell, how about the Chiefs? Late in the draft, seventh round, Isaiah Pacheco, right? Think about what this drafted. George Kittle, day three pick. There's not much separating fourth, fifth, sixth rounder, and second and third round.
That's a particularly important dynamic to discuss today because throughout the past several months, each of us is discussing how this year is the year which the depth of this class outshines the star power of the players that went last night that I was a bit surprised by. There are many more players that didn't go last night that I'm saying to myself, quality starters remained available as we begin here. Round 4, day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft.
Yeah, I look at my board of players who are still available. There are 20 players I still had a top 100 grade on. So NFL teams can get starters today. This is a meat and potatoes draft. We're going to see 4 players, wide receiver, running back, offensive line get drafted today to help teams win in 2025.
Well, honestly, there's a lot of guys who get drafted today that scouts get really excited about, that coaching staffs get really excited about, because these players need some time. They need some development to be active on game day, with their eye towards playing primary roles, eventually becoming starters. This is where scouting departments really make their money.
We'll have Adam Schefter, Peter Schrager with us with elite intel throughout the entire afternoon, but we're just about set to get round 4 of the 2025 NFL Draft.
Alright guys, round 4 of the NFL Draft.
On Thursday night by taking Cam Ward. They hope to be their franchise quarterback. Pick up a couple of other guys, and they will get things started by throwing on the clock. First, here's the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
Here comes Roger Goodell.
Way to kick off day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Come on, you can do better than that. Let's go. Thank you to the University of Wisconsin Marching Band for setting the tone for what will be an important day for the NFL and all their clubs. And thank you, Green Bay, for the hospitality and for making this such an incredible experience. You were wonderful, so thank you. Before we get started, I want to thank a couple of special guests over to my right here. Next to me, we have local Green Bay business owners who have helped make this draft happen. Thank you. We couldn't have done it without you. We also have behind us all 32 international fans of the year who have traveled from around the globe to be here in Green Bay. Thank you. Also on stage are some amazing young women. They are
We will see who the Titans will draft.
Thank you. for being here and playing our game. All right, Green Bay, let's do it. You ready? Round 4 of the 2025 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
Alright. Here we go. Titans are on the clock.
So the Titans took Cam Ward, their quarterback, and of course the storyline that we're going to be following throughout the day. Winville, Colorado quarterback, Stuart Sanders, Deion Sanders' son, he's selected. We'll be following that, but there are many other terrific players available. Among those, one of the great receivers in the country last year, Nick Nash. Lewis, who do you have ranked as your best available?
Yeah, we'll start with Nick Nash, former quarterback until 2 years ago, 16 receiving TDs at 6'2", 203. The guy who works primarily in the slot. He really go up and take the ball out of the air. Fantastic prospect. Quincy Riley, one of my favorites, a former high school sprint champion. Went down there to Louisville, has 15 career interceptions. He's a guy who's got blazing speed, can play every discipline that you want. And then Jaquavius Woody Marks, a transfer from Mississippi State, went out to USC this year. Had over 1,000 yards, four
Alright, every Giants pick we are going to make a short video while live. So.
Yeah, absolutely does, Lou. I look at this, like I said, it's a meat and potatoes draft, guys, and I look at Tyon Robinson. You don't get more meat and potatoes than this. A 5-technique defensive tackle who has versatility coming out of Nebraska. Elite against the run. That's where he showed best. Blocking rush lanes this past year, we saw some upside in his pass rush game. He had a fantastic week at the Senior Bowl. Had a better showing at the NFL Scouting Combine. I'm surprised he's on the board today. I thought he was a chance to be a round 2 player. How about Jack Sawyer, the hero of the college football playoff semifinal game against Texas, made that great play against Quinn Ewers, picks up the fumble, runs it back. Now, he needs to work on his technique, but as a stand-up pass rusher, as an outside linebacker, he absolutely has production. He's a player that is going to get on the field, maybe even early as a designated pass rusher for a 4-3 team. And they don't get better than Dylan Sampson in the SEC last year. He was a 13 AP All-American. All he did was set a Tennessee single-season rushing record with 1,491 yards on the ground.
The Titans should be
He is an outside zone runner who can hit big-time.
picking soon, hopefully.
Talk a lot about Ohio State. We'll get back to them in just a moment, Matt. Let's go out to Stanford, where Alec Ayomanor, perhaps the best blend of size and speed at wide receiver, still available. A 4.44 during the pre-draft process for Ayomanor, who Lewis was on the call in 2023 when he had 294 receiving yards in a single game against Colorado. Cody Simon, 7 sacks from Ohio State, and you already know about Cam Stanvu, the electric Arizona State running back.
I feel like I got on both sides of the ball as well. I think when you look at the underrated,
Will Shador Sanders
6'6", 336 pounds.
be drafted? We will see. We will see.
Grew up quickly, and he really emerged. He's a late bloomer. Jalen Royals, underrated, slot or wide, gets it done. And David Walker was from Southern Arkansas to Central Arkansas. You better dominate at a lower level. He did off the edge at 6'1", 263 pounds with tremendous upper body strength.
David Walker's going to be the best Central Arkansas product since Scottie Pippen.
Oh, yeah. Undisputed.
There we go. The Titans took Femi Oladejo in the second round. They took
Alright, the pick is in.
injury. Penn State in
The
third
pick
round.
is
That might be
in.
one of the steals in the early round because all of the defensive staff at Penn State.
The Titans pick is in.
His potential. And now as you look at it right here, Mel, what did you see Tennessee needing here doing in the fourth
Even
round?
about the edge, they were able to get that done. I think this is a team who could go any direction, but I think when you start out and you say Cam Ward's kind of resetting the clock here, and I think that's where you look at a football team. There's a lot of good players on the board, but I look at the edge and they were able to get that done. That can go any direction they want. You got to feel good getting the best player on their board.
Let's go to the stage.
There
now
you
and
go.
see what the Titans have decided.
With the 103rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Chimere Dike, wide receiver.
Yeah, wide receiver.
Chimere Dike might get a little mixed reaction here. Started his career at Wisconsin and then transferred to Florida. And
Okay.
a lot of potential.
It's going to be short of we just got to see him down in Tennessee this year against the Tennessee Volunteers. He just went crazy. This is a guy who in the slot is just really good getting off the line of scrimmage. A smooth glider as far as his route running is concerned. You see that nice smooth stride. Once he catches the ball and he gets it in his hands, he turns into a running back quickly. He's a a guy who also has special teams ability, Mel. He can return punts. He broke the Tennessee game wide open with a punt return. You can see him down, double moves down the field, tracking the ball down the field. A lot of upside with this young man.
The leader. They took control of the wide receiver room in Wisconsin and Florida. He was excellent. Don't bet the punt return ability. Gunner on
Right,
special teams.
Jacksonville
This kid loves contact.
Jaguars are now on the clock.
In high school, Shamiri DK's going to help you. See, as long as they take Texas for that player who can help you in a lot of ways. Special teams is key. Return game, Gunner, and a wide receiver will help out as they reset with Cam Ward.
You get another guy there to help out the hopeful franchise quarterback. And of course, our franchise information guys, Adam Schefter and Peter Schrager, are with us now. Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Good morning, Reese. How are you? I'm here with Adam Schefter. I want to say thank you for this seat here for ESPN. Adam, what do we got today?
Well, it's all going to be about Shedeur Sanders, Peter, and this is an unprecedented fall. The last time we've seen two quarterbacks or quarterbacks rated this high fall this far, you go back to 2013. Matt Barkley, Ryan Nassib, both projected high picks, both wound up going in round 4, and now we wait to see where Shedeur Sanders goes.
It's an interesting situation. Shedeur Sanders, of course, is a big name, but we don't expect him to be here at day 3.
What is it
Does
still
not have
cold out in
a
Green Bay?
traditional
Or what?
agent. So a lot of times, day 3, the agent is the one reaching out to teams, making it happen. This is a very untraditional situation. We'll see who's in contact with Shedeur and who is actually making the contact with the teams.
And now we're in a wild card area where we don't even
See
know
what the temperature in Green Bay is.
to go, but there's a lot of speculation out there at this point in time where all these teams have passed on him multiple times now, and other teams have filled their quarterback need. It could come from anywhere, even like a place like the Dallas Cowboys, who know Shedeur Sanders and will be
49 degrees in Green Bay. Wow.
Adam, it's an interesting thing because when you draft a quarterback early, you're positioning him to eventually be your starter. When you draft one this late, it can be a serendipitous.
And it's gonna be
May
Mason.
setup comes to mind, Brock Purdy.
That's
But it's
crazy.
Not the reason you draft a guy this late, typically, so the whole dynamics.
Yeah, I mean, this is totally unprecedented. We're in uncharted waters, of course, having a guy who's this highly rated, has this kind of skills, but now here you're looking here in the 4th round, and he's still sitting there. But some team's going to take a chance on him. They're going to be rightly rewarded.
I'll tell you who's taken the chance in this draft so far. The Jacksonville Jaguars. Pulled off a huge thing. I would argue they got really 2 first-round picks out of the deal because they got a wide receiver and a cornerback. They got Travis
So the
Hunter,
Giants
injected some
will be picking.
there. They got Caleb Ransaw.
The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
We're going to hear a lot from the Jags early in this 4th round.
There you go. What are they going for? See.
With the 104th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Bashal Tutin, running back, Virginia Tech.
They went running back. Okay.
You want to talk about an
Okay.
home run hitter? Bashal Tutin can go. Transfers to Virginia Tech and is
Alright.
electrified.
The Giants are now on the clock. Hold on.
66 yards against Boston College this past season. That was a single game record for Virginia Tech on the ground. This guy's a joystick. It's hard to tackle this guy in the hole. He has an ability to find ways to turn nothing into something. And when he was in the open field, as you said, Reese, good luck catching him because you're not going to get there. Yeah, 40 career rushing TDs. The thing that I like about the fact is at 5'9", 206 pounds, I can promise you 205 or 200, maybe all 206 of those pounds is pure muscle. If you don't buckle your chin strap against this guy, he will absolutely embarrass you, and he will stone linebackers coming down the fight trying to run the passer. He's really a total package.
Alright. Giants are now on the clock.
Town's got to take better care of the football. What's going to get you on the sidelines is fumbling the football, not having good ball security. If you can clean that up, not obviously high and tight, right? Don't fumble the ball away. NFL is not going to tolerate turnovers from Newton, so you can get the maximum out of that talent. It's obviously eliminating the fumbling issue.
And that's 3 non-offensive linemen in the first 4 picks taken by Jacksonville. Common theme amongst those 3, they can flat out fly. Caleb Ransaw, 4.33, just a 1/100th of a second slower than Basil Tutin. A lot of speed added in Duval.
Fumbling has been an issue for their backs. They have Tank Bixby. They have Etienne back there. Travis Etienne, receiver Trevor Etienne.
The pick is in, guys. The pick is in.
Overhaul the offense. We're going to see Jacksonville back on the clock shortly. Giants on the clock right now. Giants took took Abdul Carter early. They traded up and got their quarterback, and they got Darius Alexander, defensive lineman from Toledo. What do you see from the Giants here potentially? Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a team that still needs a wide receiver. We have plenty of good wide receivers on the board, and most of us highlighted one of the best available today. So there are players out there that can help them at the wide receiver position. If you're going to add Jackson Dart, let's give him some weapons to work with. They did draft well last year. We saw the impact from Malik Neighbors, Tyrone Tracy. I still have high hopes for a tight end in Theo Johnson. But I'm looking at the wide receivers on the board, guys, and think this could be a spot for the New York Giants.
I think steadier quarterback play tends to help pass protection. But the pass protection
Yeah,
also
Giants
makes it better
fans,
for the New
yeah.
York Giants after what we saw last season. They spent bigger in free agency a year ago along the offensive line than this past year. But anybody that can help Jackson Dart whenever he becomes their starting quarterback is a good investment in my book.
One of the things that you see here in the NFL draft, who will truly become an international game, many of our draft picks today will be announced from around the globe. That is the case here with the Giants as we go to Berlin.
Alright guys, we are live too, but short video here. Here we go. Victor Cruz and Brandon London.
And of course, Mr. Salsa himself, Super Bowl champ, Victor Cruz.
Here we go. Here we go. Who are the Giants gonna select?
Without further ado, with the 105th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Cam Skattebo, running back, Arizona State.
Cam Skattebo, running back. Let's go. Let's go. Adding to the wide receiver, running back. Yeah, let's go. All right. That's a great pickup for the Giants. Let's go. The Giants are ready to roll. Let's go. All we need is to go after offensive line. Let's go. See you all in the next video, guys. And please like and subscribe. And join me for my live stream.
A little bit of an issue for Cam Skattebo as well. That's why he's available at this part of the draft. But man, he is the thunder to the lightning that is Tyrone Tracy for the New York Giants field. I really like the one
Short video here.
Lack of top end speed is a contributing factor to Cam Skattebo being
Brandon London.
Skattebo became the first FBS running back player at all with at least 1,500 rushing yards and 500 receiving yards in the same season. Matt was mentioning the versatility. There's one thing that my colleague Matt forgot. He had 8 hunts last year, Reed. That's 2023 for the Arizona State offense. This guy can contribute
All right.
on 4 downs.
He can do it all. He's 45.
Cam Skattebo.
High 13.4-yard average and 3 touchdowns. The way he came on and became that multi-dimensional, talented all-around back for the Arizona State. Sam Levitt, their young quarterback, is going to be outstanding, only with 20 years of age. So Skattebo's all-around ability is going to get him on the field a lot for the New York Giants.
Look at this. No FBS offers. And then the emotion of the moment hitting these guys. It is a really cool thing to see. 105th overall pick, probably bears noting, the highest place that the Giants have drafted a running back since they took Saquon Barkley. Not to bring up the sort of subject for Giants fans, but they're going to love Cam Skattebo. He's on his way to New York. The New England Patriots on the clock with the next draft pick here in the 4th round.
Alright, the Patriots are on the clock. Let's go.
As official fan ambassador has opened a new world for me. Now I get to hang out with NFL fans all season long. See you on game day.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. Our experts? Closer than you think. Serving up deals, advice, and more.
Hey, hi.
April 21st to 27th.
Let's take a look.
It started today.
Yeah, those are the Adidas of the
So Cam Skattebo. I'll be right back on.
get down to business.
I think I missed the Patriots pick.
107th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Jack Kaiser, linebacker, Notre Dame.
Oh, Jaguars are in linebacker from Notre Dame. Okay.
The Jaguars home away from home, and the 4-year starter for the Fighting Irish going to Jacksonville.
The beauty of day 3, you can go any direction you want when you're
So Patriots are in safety. Patriots win safety.
Jacksonville's already addressed the need areas as well with the secondary.
With Craig Woodson. Okay.
The offensive line with Wyatt Miles. Jack Kaiser led that Notre Dame Fighting Irish defense with 90 tackles and 5 tackles for loss. He diagnoses quickly. This kid never misses a tackle. He's one of the best tackling off-ball linebackers I've seen in a long time. This kid is outstanding as far as taking one blockers, holds his own in coverage. He was the glue. He was the leader of this defense. That's talent. Remember, Riley Mills had a heck of a year when he got hurt. Benjamin Morrison early on hurt. You talk about his defense with Xavier Watts intercepting passes. Jack Kaiser showed up every week. The consistency that he showed, career high 10 tackles against Penn State. When the important games were there, he showed up big. Number 24 did. Jacksonville got themselves a good, overachiever off-ball linebacker.
I would say there are 2 ways to kind of measure how fast you play as a linebacker. There's the time speed, which matters. There's also how fast do your eyes play. I'm not sure any linebacker in this class played faster with his eyes than Jack Kaiser. His ability to diagnose so impressive. Oh, by the way, he played more games than any player in the history of the Notre Dame program. A significant amount of experience. Also played for the defensive team. And I know how they were last year. There was still forced with the fact that the championship team.
I don't know why this guy is so consistent. This is the only way to do it. Doesn't talk about it. This kid's standing at the front of the league. He's trying to chase the ball 30 yards down the field. Come back the next play.
He's wondering what that was.
He still plays at the same speed for 65, 70, 75 snaps. I'm telling you, Stabner, we think about it with Travis Hunter, right? That he played 120 snaps a game. Jack Kaiser, look, he's not that kind of athlete, but he can maintain that consistency. That's why he's so darn productive.
Well, in the pre-draft process, which is a big part of how we evaluate these guys, he goes to the Senior Bowl. What was the question about him on tape? Can he stick in cover? Does he have the hips to turn around with running backs? He had the best week of any linebacker in Mobile, covering backs and tight ends out of the backfield. So my big question on him was, how's he going to be able to operate coverage? Can he be a 3-down linebacker? He checked those boxes for me at the Senior Bowl. And then you go back to the football IQ, the instincts, the speed that he diagnoses with. And he's a fantastic player. He was one of my favorites in the class.
He held his own in coverage. That showed up big down there. But I think he went from a guy you were talking about as maybe a 6th, 7th round pick.
Pick is in for the Raiders.
The last month. He was in the mix as one of those guys to keep an eye on.
I wonder if the Giants have another
Jacksonville, the Raiders.
4th round pick. Let's see.
They have been busy already selecting 5 players. A couple late last night. And the pick is in, and we will go to Mexico City to see what the Raiders are going to do.
You gotta wait for the 5th round. Who will the Raiders select?
Las Vegas Raiders select Joseph Thornton, wide receiver from Tennessee. ¡Viva los Raiders!
Thornton, a big play guy for the Volunteers.
They went
Started
wide
his career
receiver?
at Oregon averaged more than 25 yards per catch when he was able to play last year.
I mean, this is a
Yeah,
classic Raiders.
Dante Thornton Jr., wide receiver of Tennessee. They went wide receiver. Okay. Alright.
And you see it. It looked Randy Moss like a spark.
Maybe I do good for the Raiders.
Those long legs unwind. He's a classic outside lane guy. Didn't run a whole lot of different routes at Tennessee. Tennessee has a very limited route tree anyway, but you know what? They just told him this. Line up and go. Just run by him and then use that frame to track the ball.
Yeah,
and make
I'd be
big plays.
right
You see
back
him here
around.
on what they call like the bang eight, the slant, the big post route. If you are on top of him, he's running away from you every single time. They will utilize him a little bit more, introduce him to more of the route tree, but his skills are fantastic.
I'll mention it for the first time today. It won't be the last time today that we bring up this dynamic. Traits versus production, right? Just 65 career catches for Dante Thornton. 26 this past season, but RG, you mentioned over 25 yards per catch. If you look at just qualified players, no one had more than his average yard per catch last season. 4.30 speed. And let's take a look at the Raiders' work in rounds 3 and 4 so far. Darian Porter, Charles Grant, Dante Thornton Jr. I'm not sure if those guys are ready to line up and play tomorrow if we had a game here or in Las Vegas. But in time, all 3 of those guys have a lot of upside.
See, Thornton and Best really complement one another. That's a smart team building right there by Don Spytek, the general manager. They needed juice on the perimeter. They need some people for Geno to throw the football to. And now you got Ashton Jeanty. You figure out that offensive line.
all of a sudden the Raiders just kind of sitting up and going, okay, what do you got going? High upside players here.
And a developmental left tackle in Charles Grant. A guy that needs some time. We talked about it, Lou, yesterday. Charles Grant was a late developing player. Didn't play high school football late in his high school career. A wrestler who was only 240 pounds early on in high school and developed at William and Mary into a guy that became an early round draft pick. He is not yet ready to be a starter. He has to be groomed and coached up. But the talent with Charles Grant indicates he could be, in 2 or 3 years, maybe a starting left tackle with the Ravens.
Yeah, he was hesitant to play football. As you mentioned, he was a wrestler. Went out and took down and basically pinned one of the football players, and the high school coach said to him, hey, you know, if you can do that, again, you can start on our football team. Came out and it's worked out really well as he improved over his time at William and Mary. So the Raiders taking Dante Thornton complement their draft class and still more work to do. Now, the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Their most recent selection last night was Landon Jackson, the outstanding edge player from Arkansas. They got speed in the secondary with Maxwell Hairston in the first round. Let's see what the Bills are going to do now.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 109th pick to the Buffalo Bills.
We missed another pick?
In the 2025 NFL Draft,
No,
the
I
Buffalo
don't think.
Bills select Deion Walker, defensive tackle of Kentucky.
Deion Walker defense. They went defensive tackle. Okay.
40th player taken from the SEC. Their first pick was from Kentucky. Little fast guy, now a great big fella. Deion Walker.
Great big fella, 6'7", 331 pounds. He was up to 345 on the roster on 1 foot. But this is a two-time team captain.
The Jets are now on the clock.
Love ball can be leaders. That's exactly what Walker can be. Go back and watch him against Ole Miss, a team that's loaded with draft prospects. He had a season-high 4 quarterback pressures in that game. Lane Kiffin had no answer for him. Now the question will be, where is he going to line up? There were times this past season, it was almost like he wanted to play like an edge rusher. His size sometimes works against him. He's going to have to learn how to play with better leverage, a better anchor. But the sky's the limit field. If you can take his athletic ability, he gets to play a little better. At height, he can be great.
Yeah, cool.
One step further, a Detroit kid nearby where Max Hairston grew up, goes to Kentucky with Max Hairston. Here they are, reunited in Buffalo. This is a guy who, if he had been eligible to come out in the draft last year, wouldn't have lasted until the 4th round. This past season, I'm sitting there watching the tape and I'm thinking to myself, consistently playing high, not getting nearly the same level of disruptions we saw a year ago when he had 7.5 sacks. Turns out he was dealing with a big back injury. Was Dale Walker. Remember, round 2, TJ Sanders, we were talking about this in our broadcast last night, the Bills unafraid to compromise some size for athleticism in that defensive tackle spot. Now they have a compliment because you won't find a bigger defensive tackle in this class than Deion Walker. Now,
That is huge. I think the production dropped because of injury, maybe the fact that he really returned back. And that's where 12.5 sacks plus 7.5 sacks. He looked like back in August, we were talking about a first and second round pick.
People of all ages enjoying the draft. Commissioner reading and mingling with the people, and the Bills just took Deion Walker from Kentucky, and now the New York Jets are the next team to make their selection. We'll cover every pick for you. Day 3 of the NFL Draft.
Alright, come on. Commercial break, guys. Commercial break. So the Jets pick is in. Just waiting. Man, that was hot. Wow.
Stephon Diggs, Dak Prescott, George Kittle, Max Crosby, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Brock Purdy, along with a certain 7-time Super Bowl champion, have in common. Pencils down, answers in, all were selected in rounds 4 through 7.
Who is the Jets pick?
Where we are in day 3 of the NFL draft. So not only roster building, core roster, complementary players, there are gems to be found on day 3.
You know who loves trivia more than anything else?
Elion Smith, wide receiver, Georgia.
I can feel my mouth right there, Mel. Look it up.
Okay.
That's your response?
Spell, you love trivia, Mel?
Alright, I just have to bring.
Trivia is
Hold
trivia.
on, hold on.
Oh, you think it's trivial?
I think it's a waste of time.
Oh, my goodness. So, like, you don't go out with the guys and try to win those trivia contests? But here's a guy that can win a race a lot of times. Darian Smith, selected by the Jets, All-American track and field, but some issues as a wide receiver.
Some issues recent, that's hands, which is a pretty important part of it. And it seemed this year like he really lost his confidence once the drop started to build. But he can absolutely fly. 4.36 speed at the combine, which I actually thought was a little slow for him. He was rumored to be a high 4.29 guy. He was a track player in high school. It was great. But here's what the Georgia coaches do talk about. They love the work ethic. They love the leadership that he has, that don't give up. That there were times this past year he absolutely could have. He could have gotten his head, got yipped, but he kept competing. We saw him come up big in big games. But if you're looking for somebody that can just take the top off the defense, which they need in New York, they need complementary wide receiver pieces. Someone that can help on special teams. Arian Smith can be that.
You figure Aaron Glenn is probably looking at that, right? He's sitting there going, look, who do we have in Detroit? We had Jameson Williams, who was that kind of guy in terms of like just pure speed. Let's just make sure that we build the wide receiver room in a complementary way, as you talked about, Matt, and see if we can just work on his hand, and see if we can get his hand-eye coordination. Is there some other mitigating factor that is contributing to this kind of thing? Because a lot of times, it's not just because the guy just can't catch. There's usually something that goes along with it, and they start with their eyes, and they need contacts glasses, something like that. But there's always ways that you maybe can work on that aspect.
And when a football's thrown his way, where you wonder, okay, is he going to catch it?
Right. Well, sure. I mean, that's a problem.
Routine reception don't always go his way.
Right.
Now, the highway film catch, you can make.
Right.
So there isn't a confidence thing.
Sure.
Getting involved early, but there were some opportunities for Aaron Smith to make plays where the ball's there, and you got to make that catch. In the NFL, that's a
Right, the Eagles pick a defensive tackle, Ty Robinson.
It's not going to work.
World champion Eagles just made a pick that is completely unsurprising. This guy they've done a lot of work on. Ty Robinson from Nebraska, who once took his pet camel to school, and we'll see if he can get over the hump and make an impact in the NFL.
Yeah, he will make an impact. 15 tackles for a loss last year. That's the most by Nebraska players. Some guy called it Dominican Sue, who's pretty good in the NFL. A very fast 40-yard dash time, the fastest of any BT in this year's fast 4.83. And he was a starter for 4 seasons at Nebraska, a little bit of an older prospect. This past year, we saw him unleash his potential. He played better against the run. He played better moving from that athletic foot. He's getting to the backfield. That's a pass rushing. I think he's ideally a 5 technique in the NFL now. That's where I would like to see him play 3-4 defenses, put him head up on an offensive tackle and let him go.
That's what I'm thinking. Just put in the backfield. So that I push.
Saints pick is in.
Ty Robinson will get after this kid. They use him that way. He will lead that back into the end zone, get in short yardage. Ty Robinson is a baller. This kid loves to play football. He is as aggressive as they come.
We're going to scout the traits throughout the day here, Reese, but I know Lewis has talked often about how you're investing in the player, but you're also investing in the human. I'm not sure how many profiles were more revered during the pre-draft process in terms of who this human is than Ty Robinson. He meant everything to that Nebraska program during his time with the Cornhuskers. And, oh, by the way, he played more games than any other player in Nebraska history. So in a matter of just a handful of picks, the most experienced Notre Dame Golden Domer of all time, and now the most experienced Nebraska Cornhusker of all time.
Ty Robinson going to Nebraska. That Peck Camel story is a true story, by the way. His mother is a horse veterinarian, too. So his family had a big love of animals. And
So they need a quarterback, cornerback, wide receiver, guard, and edge.
get that camel off.
Maybe Shador Sanders to the Saints.
You can find those domestically.
Apparently so. Apparently so. I'm not sure of all the intricacies of how that went down. Now, you ever ridden a camel? Hell no. You? No, I haven't. But you know what? Hey, Mel's a well-traveled man.
I've been on a horse, though.
You have ridden a horse?
That's adventure.
Over
That was
the
the human.
Dominican Republic. It's been a long time since I've ridden a horse.
That was the human camel, though.
First and last, by the way. Oh, well, I can believe it. Camels can be a little ill-tempered, what I'm told, too. What's that? Sometimes camels can be a little ill-tempered. Yeah, you know what? They fight. You know, I mean, they kind of get. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, maybe that's not for you, Mel. That's not. Let's start slowly. Let's start with the oysters. So, not happening either. Sushi, no oysters. All right, the New Orleans Saints are the next to make a pick, and the pick is in. And for that, continue our international flavor and go to Paris.
Ready to go.
Bonjour, I'm Elisa, the scientist, global flag football ambassador for the NFL, coming to you live from Paris, France, with the 112th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Danny Stutzman, linebacker, Oklahoma.
They went linebacker.
Danny Stutzman's
Okay.
a Sooner legend. Before they beat Texas
All right.
in 23, he said, I'm certain of 2 things in life. Oklahoma only fears God, and Texas fears Oklahoma. They made T-shirts. I mean, this dude.
So the 49ers are now on the clock.
Yeah, Reese, I know you covered Oklahoma a bunch. We got to cover him a couple different times. I called him. I said, look, you look like Baby Bosworth. That's what he reminded me of. The Brian Bosworth, probably with 6'3", 233 pounds, and almost cracked 4 or 5 before. They really like to utilize him. Just going
The
down.
49ers are now on the clock.
But with Danny Stutzman's up best in attack the line of scrimmage, 10 career sacks in Oklahoma. He can be a force when you get him on the move right after snap. Really smart, good key and diagnose, not a lot of false steps, understands blocking schemes. And look, he's going to be able to play with some good people down in New Orleans. When you're talking about Pete Warner and Demario Davis. Demario Davis really plays the game the same way Danny Stutzman does. And Brandon Staley, the new defensive coordinator down there, you can tell he's going to like this profile.
So we will be live until the last, hopefully the last pick. We probably will be for the last pick. We will be live for that until all 4 through 7. So if it stops, I will make a new one and keep on going.
And you said locker room guy? Who's occasionally known to have a samurai sword? Why not? Hey, He's a personality.
Spice it up a little bit.
He's New Orleans likes personality.
Yeah.
Like Danny Suggs.
Hopefully it doesn't stop until
Niners have the next pick. We'll go to Monterrey, Mexico. Watch.
we are done. Wow.
This is
Then
from Monterrey
end this stream.
Stadium, and with Patrick Willis, Hall of Famer, Alfredo
Alright,
Gutierrez, Marcelo
49ers
from
pick is in.
Rayadas, and the warning to announce the Niners pick.
And with the 113th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select CJ West, defensive tackle, Indiana.
They went defensive tackle. CJ West. Okay.
CJ West, a big part of that defense for Indiana, helped them get to the college football.
So the Carolina Panthers are now on the clock.
He did certainly the production off the charts. 40 tackles this last year at Kent State, 7 tackles for us, and 43 tackles even as a true freshman at Kent State. Then he goes and transfers to Indiana, and all of a sudden now you expect it's going to be handled, though he wasn't. Strong, active hands. He's agile, he's quick, he plays hard. He is going to be disruptive. Some of that came with the run.
Hold on. Let me see something. It's gonna be our Steelers or maybe Cleveland to get Shador. Hopefully this round. I feel bad for him. I really feel bad for Shador Sanders.
I loved him. I went down to the East West Shrine Bowl and watched him play.
Let me see when the Giants pick again. Round 5.
This defensive line, he and Alfred Collins are a really fun match together. CJ West has a high upside as a one tech or nose tackle.
West, the 15th defensive tackle taken so far in this draft.
Round 5, pick 18, 154.
Carolina Panthers will make the next pick. Let you know what they choose. Come back to
Alright. Let me see how many picks we have in the 6th round.
Jack Links presents the greatest duo.
No picks in the 6th round. How about 7th round? 3rd pick in the 6th round, 219. If there's any more. Pick number 3246.
2 flavors, 1 bag. New Jack Links duos.
Nationwide is so much more
All
than a
right.
great insurance company. We're also one of the
So we got 2 picks. The Giants have 2 picks in the 7th round.
Also, stay calm, Barkley.
Oh man,
So,
my uniform. Whoever did.
Calm in. Stress. I'll never remember all
alright. So the pick is in for the Panthers. Let's see who they will draft when this commercial break ends. They need a linebacker, defensive tackle, and edge. Trevor Etienne, running back. Georgia. Wow, they did that before the commercial break came off. Oh my god, that was quick. That was quick. So the Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock. And the pick is in. That is fast. The pick is in for the Cardinals. Back from the commercial break.
With size, physicality, he goes up and gets those contested catches. He's the reason Stanford came back against Colorado in 2023. Had that massive upside after being down big at the half.
One selection made while we were in commercial break. Carolina Panthers took Trevor Etienne, Georgia running back, started his career in Florida to add to quite a backfield stable they put together in Carolina to try to show selection.
Just gonna get my hair cut today, bro. Oh well.
The selection for that will take you to Mexico.
Didn't want to miss this stream. Arizona Cardinals slot.
Hello everybody, I'm Matt Wilson, senior linebacker for the Arizona Cardinals, and we live here from Sonora, Mexico at Fernando Valenzuela Stadium, home of the Naranjeros de Hermosillo.
Hello, I'm Juan Castro, manager of the Naranjeros de Hermosillo, and we are honored to announce the newest member of the Arizona Cardinals. With the 115th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select
Cody Simon, linebacker, Ohio State. Let's go, Cardinals!
Cody Simon, linebacker. They went linebacker. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna get a haircut today, bro. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow morning.
7 sacks, 112 tackles, 11 tackles for loss, and he was at his best once they started in the postseason, starting with that playoff game at home against Tennessee. Cody Simon is going to Arizona.
And Reese, you know the importance of that block goal at Ohio State, a distinction developed under Ryan Day. Cody Simon donned number 0 this past year. Listen, there are a lot of different things that teams are looking for in linebackers. You want toughness, you want communication, you want reliability, you want a guy who's going to meet in the hole and make you rethink your decision to meet him in the hole the next time. That's Cody Simon. And yeah, he earned a lot of his praise for his run defense, but this past year he had 7 sacks. This guy was clutch. Every time I watched Ohio State, and we all did during their national championship run, Mel, this guy was making key plays in massive, massive moments.
Tyreek Williams and Ty Hamilton in front of him. He was freed up. He didn't have to take on blockers that much. He could get after the quarterback. He had 7 sacks, an effective blitzer. He broke up 7 passes in coverage. Great anticipation awareness and coverage that block. Diagnosis very quickly, but having Jack Sawyer, Peter Malone, Hamilton, and certainly Williams allowed him to do a job. I contend he was as valuable
So,
as Donovan Jackson being the MVP.
Miami Dolphins traded their pick to Houston Texans. Let's see who they would pick.
The thing that he did the best to me is hand usage. Like every guy, look, there's a lot of linebackers that want to come downhill and take on blockers, and then they can't get off blocks. This guy could bench press people.
Let's see who they would pick.
And I can tell you this: the coaching staff down in Arizona is going to love that. I'm sure they loved it on tape, just like everyone else does. But that's the thing: the key to making plays, you're going to get blocked, but can you get off and not trade 1 for 1? He did it on the regular.
No, the other thing too, he is a super high character guy. After they lost that regular season game to Michigan, I went to Columbus, talked to a lot of the players, including Cody Simon. I thought they might be done. He really was instrumental. He, Emeka Egbuka, a few others, Travion Henderson, in holding that club together. And Simon was a great leader in that moment and was a huge part of them getting themselves back together, winning the national championship.
Yeah, Reese, to your point, now former Ohio State defensive coordinator Jim Knowles is at Penn State in that same capacity. He said, this guy's got the future U.S. president written all over him, the immense character that he brings to the table and the way that he connected his teammates, not just on the field, but off of it as well during adverse times.
So the Texans have traded into this pick. It's the 116th pick overall, 14th pick, day 3 here in the 4th round. Now the Texans have got a couple of Iowa State wide receivers earlier in the draft. And
second and third round, keeping guys together. So how do you look at this right now with the Texans and what you think they might want to do with it?
You know, I'll tell you, I really do think this is just going to be a BPA, a best player available. This is the old New England philosophy that they're implementing down there as far as their draft philosophy is concerned. And they're just kind of like reading this board out and just seeing, look, who's a guy who has tremendous traits, who has high football character, that will really be the kind of guy that D'Amico, once he gets his hands on and work with. But I love the fact that they went and brought in both of the wide receivers from Ohio State, who complement each other perfectly.
From Iowa State.
Iowa State, right, I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, that's classic team building on their part here. So I think everything's on the table here with Houston.
By the way, whoever it is, they must really love this player because they just sent Miami their 2026 third-round pick. When you're trading future draft capital and doing it a one-round premium, it tells you they had their eyes on a very specific target, and they are willing to make that aggressive move.
Any inklings? Is there anybody sitting out there that either of you guys might think about doing that?
I will say this, positionally, I think the Texans need to continue to hammer away on that offensive line. I drafted Ariante Ursary from Minnesota earlier in the proceedings. They can definitely line up and play offensive line tomorrow, but with a quarterback as talented as C.J. Stroud, you need to continue to invest along the interior.
Marcus and Bo sitting out there. This is an offensive line that needs reworks. They need to get more athletic. They need to get younger. They've completely redone the offensive line. Larry Thompson's gone. Kenyon Green's gone. Offensive line is the biggest need.
I think here, when you move up, like as Field mentioned, clearly you have someone who you feel as though has the kind of traits that can contribute right now. Otherwise, you would just kind of sit back and just read out the board. But there's someone who they had their eye on for sure, and they feel like, hey, look, this is a steal right here. Let's go up and get him. Be interesting to see who it is.
So Texans about to make this selection. C.J. Stroud had a sensational rookie season, and they had some protection issues next time around. The Cheeseheads out in full force. It's been a good 3 days, man. And in Green Bay, it's a beautiful day out here today. And
Mel, did you see what you created? You went from a ballroom and hearing a couple names. Now you got people out here dancing with cheese heads on their head. All because you had a vision.
Well, a vision, but I think when the fans, to be on the beat here, felt that the weather last night.
Here we go. The selection's in.
Let's go to Monterrey.
Santiago, Monterrey, Mexico. Enjoying a traditional carne asada with Texans fans and friends. And so let's do it. With a 160 pick in 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Woody Marks in the position running back from UCS. Vamos, Texans!
Running back. Woody Marks.
Woody Marks, who's given
Okay.
Aquavius, but he loved the movie Toy Story, and who doesn't? And for 7 straight Halloweens, he dressed up as Woody from Toy Story. Hence the name. And he played at Mississippi State and has finished his career at SC.
He has everything that you want in an NFL running back in 2025. He's got vision, jump cut ability behind the line of scrimmage, the requisite patience to let it develop, and then he hits the ground running, and he's on the second and third level in a hurry. Catching the ball out of the backfield, 47 receptions this year, 321 yards, and just one drop.
So the Rams are now on the clock.
Pass protect. You see the elusiveness in the open field. Can you picture him and Joe Mixon in a 1-2 punch down there? I think that D'Amico Ryans can too, and they went up and got a guy that they really like.
But he's a good receiver on the backfield, as you mentioned. He can be a very productive inside runner. One of my favorite things about watching him at the Senior Bowl was just how well he picked up some of the pass pro technique that they were coaching him up with. The play installs that he was picking up, he was incredibly impressive there. So how does he come into the Houston Texans who have Joe Mixon? Short yardage situations, you can showcase him in some zone runs. But I think as a receiver on the backfield, guys, is where he can make his mark.
I mean, there were times at the beginning of last
Rams
season
pick is in.
30 more carries for Joe Mixon in a single game. He eventually did wear down and get hurt. So a bit of depth added here, but you guys both lose with the pass catches.
See who they pick.
Back in his second season at Mississippi State, though,
Perez Hunter, running back, Auburn.
He's very patient. He's got that first and 4 of their 5 picks, offensive players. 2 wide receivers. Think about bringing in the 2 Ohio State Cyclones.
Right, so the Rams run running back.
They had a guy, underrated running back, who I think can be a very productive player and help out C.J. Stroud.
You gotta remember though, when he played for Mike Leach,
The Rams went running back.
50% passing for the sake of doing it is 100% stupid. So he didn't mind throwing it to the running back. So Woody had some opportunities there. Last pick went to the LA Rams, and this is a guy that I don't think has gotten his due. Jarquez
Hopefully there's no commotion. I need to bring this out and go get Muppet.
Listen, Reese, this is a mad, angry runner. That much is for sure about Jarquez Hunter. You see right there, he goes with the no glove, which right away tells you a little bit about the toughness here. Back in 2021, he had a 94-yard rush. That was the longest in Auburn history. He twice earned all SEC accolades. 4.44 speed, but really, this is the guy when you got a short yardage situation. Not too many backs in this draft that I trusted more than Jarquez Hunter to get that gotta-have-it yard. As you know with the Rams, they're willing to sacrifice some traits at running back because they have a very specific style. Hunter fits it.
Jarquez Hunter has been selected. We go to Berlin for the Falcons pick.
From Berlin, Germany, the location of this year's NFL Germany game. My name is Contra K, and I am proud to announce the Falcons' next pick. With the 118th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Billy Bowman, defensive back, Oklahoma.
Second Sooner, defensive player to go off the board, and Billy Bowman, defensive back from OU, is headed to Atlanta.
And so Lennox Square had a third-round grade on Billy Bowman. His versatility from the safety position, excellent fluidity, change of direction ability. His movement skills are some of the best in the entire class, which allows him to be effective in coverage and in run support. So he can come downhill, make some of those plays. Not the biggest guy, but he makes his presence known when he arrives at the football, guys. And I think you can even use him some lining him up in the nickel. Can he play a little bit of slot corner? Can he be that third safety for you? His football IQ, his competitive nature are all super, super high.
The only thing that he needs to clean up, look, he had 15 missed tackles this year. That's the issue. He is everywhere all the time. Great key and diagnose, great range. He's going to pursue the football. He's adept at playing split safety coverages, single safety coverages. He makes plays on the ball. He can finish on the ball. It's just tackling. That's it. Big backs, you got to find a way to get him down. I don't know how he corrects that because I don't know how much bigger he's going to get. Right. But that's the thing. But past 3 years, Reese, 11 interceptions for Billy Bowman. Back in 2023, he led the FBS with 3 pick sixes. When he gets the football in his hands, he's got one thing on his mind: touchdowns.
He's going to have to do some work, though, to catch up in championships. His fiancé is Jada Coleman. She won 4 national championships with the Sooners in softball. If Billy Bowman can help the Falcons get over that hump. The Bengals are on the clock. We're right at the midway point. That's the 4th round.
It is a big screen going forward, right? The TV is a big screen going out.
The captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. Feels free to
It's a very important announcement. Use PayPal checkout online.
Hi guys, sorry if I missed the pick. Who did the Falcons pick? Billy Bowman Jr., safety, Oklahoma. Okay. Alright.
There you go, Mark.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. Maybe lock the door, alright?
Hey, it's RV Harvey.
Guilty as charged.
Weekend in the RV? How was the way, RV? Catching walleye?
Oh my god.
All I ever wanted was to be the cool boss with an RV and a fun nickname. Now I can know what a walleye is.
Hey, all that matters is that you bundled your RV and boat with your home and auto insurance.
And got great savings and coverage.
Sounds like an expert outdoorsman to me.
I kind of did. If you core.
Well, that sucked. There's a little bit of spill on the floor, but oh well. Wipe it with my feet. Alright.
Scientifically designed to hydrate better than water. So they could
They went linebacker of Cincinnati Bengals, Bill Caldwell, out of Clemson. Okay. Titans, the pick is in for the Titans.
Your nerves might be shot. Your hopes might be hiding in the crease. And you might be seeing double. Or you might be feeling the heat. And you might be cursing droughts. And you might be witnessing history. And you might be thinking, oh my God, this is it. Whatever it is, you're in it. And with the Stanley Cup playoffs, that's the only thing that matters. The Stanley Cup playoffs. Monday on ESPN.
That's a commercial, so. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Gotta use the bathroom. guys if I miss anything. Yeah, I did. Alright, the Tennessee Titans let Gunnar Helm, tight end, Texas. Okay. The Buccaneers pick is in. They pick David Walker, edge out of Arkansas. David Walker, edge out of Central Arkansas. Central Arkansas, okay.
You might not think this guy is some dominant NFL edge prospect. Do not judge a book by its cover. This guy may not look the part, but he certainly got the job done.
Alright, the Panthers pick is in.
One of the key picks that they had in this draft. His health is going to be absolutely critical to them being able to get done what they want to get done on the defensive side. And then you're drafting overall the Emeka Egbuka in the first round. What does that say about Chris Godwin's health going forward? Because wide receiver wasn't something we really had pegged for them when the first round opened up. But taking Egbuka kind of gives you some insight as to how they feel that wide receiver room is looking going into 2025 from a health perspective.
Carolina Panthers took Trevor Etienne just a few moments ago, and now they're drafting again here in the 4th round.
Let's see.
With the 122nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Laken Ransom, defensive back, Ohio State.
So they went safety, Ohio State. Okay. Okay. Right.
Part of Ohio State defense made huge plays down the stretch.
Yeah, Reese, one of 5 Buckeyes to ever win 5 letters, and this guy might as well be a linebacker at times in the running game, but the way that he comes down and meets force, look at that play right there, stuck to Jordan James against Oregon. Now, I'm not going to say that I want out there covering tight ends like Tyler Warren every single snap, but shows enough in that 2-deep safety look, clutch, dependable, productive player who I mentioned Cody Simon earlier.
So now Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, now on the clock. Oh, they got to pick Shedeur Sanders. They need a quarterback. They need a quarterback. Why hasn't Pittsburgh selected a quarterback yet? They need a QB. Am I right? They need a QB.
Tackling is going to be key. Look, but the way running backs now are made in the NFL, we just talked about Darquez Hunter. These guys are studs. I tell you what, you want to go and tackle Ashton Jeanty and don't want to play with good technique and bring some force, you're going to get embarrassed. That's what a lot of these 4th, 5th round safeties have to make sure that they clean up. Get ball carriers on the ground.
So Laken Ransom out of Ohio State going to Carolina, and that puts Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. Steelers in the first round with Derek Carr.
Yeah, they need a QB, wide receiver, and a running back. I would get you a quarterback first. I would get you a QB first before wide receiver and running back.
Is it the moment? You know, it's still a quarterback situation. Ownership saying yesterday that they're optimistic about Aaron Rodgers. Is that where they will go? Will they go with a quarterback here, or will they go in a different direction? The Steelers' selection about to be announced here in Green Bay.
There we go.
With the 123rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Jack Sawyer, linebacker, Ohio State.
Are you kidding me?
Jack Sawyer is the 10th.
They went linebacker.
In this draft. He made one of the most
What?
memorable plays in Ohio State history against Texas in the college football playoff semifinal. And his entire season, latter part of his career,
was dedicated to another Ohio State fan, also named Jack Sawyer.
So no Shador Sanders.
Someone who was really a big inspiration for me.
Maybe
was
Cleveland.
A friend of mine named Jack Sawyer too. He was from Minner, Ohio, and he was
Maybe
battling
Cleveland.
cancer. I was able to reach out to him and grow a connection with him. That was really special with him and his family. He passed away in November of my junior year. That impacted me a lot. You know, I was able to talk to him days before he passed away. I was going into one of the games my junior year, and I was in the locker room, and I just was there thinking about Jack. I was thinking about, you know, his fight, and I just decided to put him on my arm with me. So I wrote JBS Strong for him on my wrist tape, and it's something that I've continued to do since then, and I'll continue to do it in the NFL too, and just a way to say I'm thinking about him, and he's out there on the field with me competing every time I step out there, so that's why I do it.
So the Steelers pick is in. Did they pick? Wait. Oh no, the Packers. I thought it was not. Okay. That was strange. Alright, but now the Packers pick is in. The Packers pick is in.
Correct. That's the reason why we're talking about Jack Sawyer here in round 4. This is not an elite quick twitch athlete, but very good instincts, presented a nasty edge, and playing in that Pittsburgh system, that 3-4 base, you're going to see a decent amount of him where he is being called upon to make sure that no runs get outside. Here's that massive play release in the college football playoff.
Against Quinn Ewers, who was his roommate, classmate.
See who the Packers pick.
In Columbus before he transferred to Texas. So Jack Sawyer, this is a good fit. You see Jack
Sawyer.
Sawyer
Got better every year at Ohio State as well. There's a lot of pressure that comes with being this #1 overall recruit. I thought throughout his Columbus career, he's continued to progress and make more impactful plays.
So now the Green Bay Packers are on the clock, and the news is eagerly awaited just outside of Lambeau Field.
Here we go. Roger Goodell. Boo! Boo!
This young man is here today, so we want to introduce him. So give him a good round of applause.
All right, here we go.
24th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Barron Sorrell, defensive end, Texas.
Barron Sorrell. They went edge. Okay.
So Barron Sorrell here on day 3 of the draft. That's cool.
So now the Los Angeles Chargers are now on the clock. LA Chargers are now on the clock. There he is. He's there. He is there. They never ever do this.
Make sure it's just right before you go out and greet the people. It sounds like a game.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
2 Texas Longhorns on site, drafted by the Green Bay Packers.
Okay. Okay. I love it. Sorrell, edge, Texas. Okay. He's among defensive ends. Excuse me.
And this guy can't be an edge rusher. I thought Texas got some good production out of him as well. And they kind of kicked him down inside, what we call a NASCAR package at the NFL level. Their defensive coordinator.
Alright, the Chargers pick is in. The Chargers pick is in.
Saints were tied for the highest percentage of snaps in zone coverage last year, Lewis. That is not the DNA of Jeff Hafley. They need to get corners and rushers. Here's one round four.
Yeah, I think Texas is a little bit confused as to what exactly to do with him because he doesn't have the ideal switch to really be a 9 technique edge rusher where he's just going to run by people. So they moved him inside, they moved him outside, but what he does is he plays smart. Scheme recognition is his thing. Hand placement is his thing. Being where he needs to be is his thing. Look, Green Bay really needs to up their pressure rate. They really weren't good on the edge last year. Rashawn Gary really being the #1 dude that they had. So he really feels the need for him, and he's high character. And now he gets to take in what is right now a pretty darn cool atmosphere.
Hey, awesome. Soak it in, Baron. Once in a lifetime opportunity.
Little bit of advice. We got to get dressing warmer for future Green Bay weather than a t-shirt and shorts. We're all freezing up here right now.
Baron Terrell's generating enough heat for everybody down there in Green Bay. Terrell to the Packers path continues to come back.
Alright. Who were the Chargers pick? Pick is in commercial. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on, guys. Alright, guys. I was going to show my mom and dad something, but I don't know where they are. Don't know where they are. Just waiting for the Chargers pick to get in.
The quarterback and opted for a different player. This time, Ohio State linebacker Jack Sawyer.
We are back from commercial break.
Steelers still have a feeling of confidence that Aaron Rodgers is going to wind up in Pittsburgh, and that could have contributed to their decision to bypass a quarterback in this draft with the 3 picks that they've had so far, Peter.
Adam, as I noted earlier in the program, this is not a traditional traditional situation by any means. It's also not a traditional situation for a day 3 pick. Shador Sanders is
I'm
not a
probably
traditional agent.
maybe gonna get a green screen somehow.
It's going to be 3 p.m. Shador
Oh
and
man.
Deion Campbell. We have an answer hopefully in the next few hours.
And again, we're at the point in the draft where all these teams have now bypassed Shador Sanders.
Then I would put it up whenever I go live.
Quarterbacks. We're in an area where there's the dynamic to evaluate and how he would fit into your quarterback room as much as how much he might improve your roster. But it continues to be the one question that hangs over this 2025 NFL draft, Reese.
It is. It's a remarkable thing, and you wonder who will eventually do it.
Here we go.
If anyone does.
Georgia selection.
Shador, I think,
Who
some
did
of
it
the
pick?
comments he made immediately afterwards has handled this with as much public grace as one could imagine.
Kyle Kenyon, Edge, South Carolina.
Exactly what
Okay.
happens with Shador Sanders if he hears his name called. Let's pick up some of the most recent picks you probably see in the background there. The Chargers with the 125th pick took Kyle Kennard from South Carolina, veteran guy, father of 2, led the SEC in sacks last year.
He sure did. 17 over the past 2 years. Ideal measurables of 6'4", 254, long arms, 34-inch arms. You watch him week 3 against LSU lining up against Will Campbell, and he gave him all he could handle. He has a great upfield and then dip and rip inside. An inside counter move that's just fantastic. Rushes with a lot of power. Has tremendous stamina. You see him in Q4, he looks the same as he does in the first snap of Q1. He's going to get after it. He's going to chase the football all over the field. You can line him up in a 6 technique, head up over a tight end. He's going to whip it to it. Every
Alright.
time.
The pick
You really like the pick.
is in. The Browns select
They need edge rushers out there. That was a position I thought maybe they could have gone even earlier in
Dylan Sampson, running back, Tennessee. I've I feel bad for Shador Sanders, actually. I really feel bad for Shador Sanders.
He can stand up, he can go hand down, but you're getting somebody whose motor runs hot all day. Would you like to be the first to say the name Dylan Stewart from South Carolina?
When he gets drafted,
There's another Dylan that just went off the board to the Browns.
IOP proves everybody wrong. When he gets drafted, I hope he proves everybody wrong. So the Colts pick is coming up. So the Colts are on the clock. And the pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts.
He gets the tough guard. Very explosive. Cutback ability is outstanding. He follows his blockers, then he's off to
The Colts select Jalen Travis, defensive tackle, Iowa State.
explosiveness and game-breaking ability, but the fumble. When you're going to battle with them, the bitter end, dump the ball up in 3 straight games. Alabama, Kentucky, Mississippi State, 4 fumbles lost. That's something, ball security. Clean that up, Dylan. It was all because of effort. It was at the end of run, Lou. Yeah. That's something that can be cleaned up. It's just his determination. His want to get that extra inch, extra yard. Cause some of those issues in terms of ball.
With the loss of Nick Chubb, they had to upgrade the running back position, and now they have done it with a nice complement of backs between Quinshawn and Dylan Sampson. And look, with Carson Schlesinger, Mason Graham, just think about what he's going to do with Myles Garrett, keep him on the move, creating pressure inside, lots of pass rush games. Cleveland's done some nice work.
In high school, he ran a 4.3.
Commander selection.
We root for all of these guys.
Jalen Lane, wide receiver,
To have a very,
Virginia
very
Tech.
long career because he wants to go into sports broadcasting. And from talking to him, he's going to be very good at it. So let's play for
Alright, the Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock.
and then you can do your job with the Browns.
Check out the new whip. Holy custom. Pretty Bud Lights being fit there, puppy. As many Bud Lights as...
Alright guys, I'll be right back.
Bud Light.
Alright guys, sorry that I'm late. Did we miss anything? Yeah. Things maybe. No. Nope. The pick is in for the Ravens. The pick is in for the Ravens.
Now, for the kind of picks he has made so far this year.
Tade Buchanan.
The Ravens celebrating
Buchanan
their
is
selection
like,
as
I
the
don't know,
Philadelphia Eagles.
linebacker. So they pick a linebacker. So the Jets pick is in, right? No. The Jets pick, you traded a pick to the Eagles? Who do they want? Who do they want? Who do they want? Who do they want?
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 130th pick to the New York Jets. With the 130th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Malachi Moore, DB, Alabama.
Malachi Moore to the Eagles.
So Malachi Moore out of Alabama, he's one of the leaders during the
Right.
transition from Nick Saban to Caleb.
Oh wait, no,
McCoy.
the
He and
Jets
Jalen Milroe
got
at
him.
the time when Booker were the guys
So
who really
Malachi
stuck
Moore,
together.
safety
This is
to
a guy
the
who's really
Jets.
smart guy to
I
sit
misread
there.
that. Okay.
No doubt about it. Very smart.
I thought the Eagles
This is
were
the
going
back half, but this is
to.
what you're coveting. It's the versatility over
Okay.
the past couple of seasons. Back in 2023, he plays over
So the Saints are now on the clock. I'll be right back. Hold on.
as a safety. This past year, he moves to a primarily safety role. 434 safety snaps to just 208 snaps in the slot. Has some good production as well in the back end. 11 pass breakups over the past 2 years. Very comfortable in situations when the ball is in his area, Matt. A guy who wouldn't necessarily love him against some of these faster wide receivers at the top of their rounds who can handle some of that slot duties against tight end.
Yeah, that's what I talked to scouts about him earlier this season. They said he can be a chess piece to play inside, play outside, but I think the football IQ, the physicality that he brings to the level, he's going to be a hybrid safety for the New York Jets. That's a role that they need. Aaron Glenn's done a pretty good job with guys like Kirby Joseph in that role.
He'll also be a core special teamer as well, and a good tackler.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw him knock down Brock Bowers in that highlight right there. It might be something he's called on to do. And as Malachi Moore enters the league, he certainly has a young, devoted fan he was very close to on his mind.
My mom's name is Penny Moore. She was a kindergarten teacher. There was a little girl there named Henrietta. She was an Alabama fan. She really doesn't care too much about football. She's always been a fan of me. She was kind of losing her eyesight from mitochondrial disease. She couldn't really eat a lot of things and she couldn't really drink anything because her digestive system wasn't working properly. I would just call her, bring joy into her life. She got moved to hospice. She actually told me she doesn't have much longer. And so for an 11-year-old girl to just sit there and tell you that, it's heartbreaking, you know. Just seeing her fight through adversity,
Oh my gosh.
fire to keep pushing. What I was doing was nothing compared to what she had to go through.
So the Saints pick is in. The Saints pick is in.
Great friend. I really dedicated this season to her. Every game I had a pink mouthpiece, but that was her favorite color. Going into the NFL, she's gonna be with me every step of the way.
It was just another day on the court.
So they need a QB, cornerback, wide receiver, guard, edge. Alright, who are the Saints going to pick? Who are the Saints? Cornerback Quincy Riley out of Louisville. Alright. Be right back. Hold on. I just gotta say something. Hold on. Alright guys, sorry that I missed everything. Excuse me. So the Saints select cornerback Quincy Riley, and the Chicago Bears select Ruben Hypula the second. I don't know who that is, but then it's gonna be a linebacker. So now the Chiefs are now on the clock. The Chiefs are now on the clock. The Chiefs select. Who are they selecting?
The Chiefs select Jalen Royals, wide receiver, Utah State.
Jalen Royals, wide receiver, Utah State. Okay.
Packers quarterback Jordan Love.
All right.
He did miss some time with a foot, but this is the guy who had to get his academics together, started at Georgia Military College, went to Utah State camp, ripped off.
So the Chiefs went wide receiver. So the Broncos are now on the clock. I'll be right back.
Adjustment really strong for Jalen Royals. That frame, that sturdy frame showed up. This year he was outstanding before the injury. New Mexico game, 11 catches for 188 yards. UNLV, 10 catches, 155. Boise State, 9 for 211. He did it in 2023 with 71 catches for a 15-2 average. This kid is an outstanding football player. I'm really surprised. I thought second, third round was in the cards for Jalen Royals.
With you on that, Mel, by the way, you want a guy who does some good work with the football in his hands? How is 7 touchdown catches of at least 50 yards in 2023 sound? That was the most in the FBS that season. This guy really can do some nasty things once the ball's thrown.
Get the ball in his hands quickly and then let him go, or get him down the field where he can use that separation speed and strength. But Patrick Mahomes has said, hey, I'm going to get that ball down the field again. Jalen Royals is the kind of guy you can get it to.
Last 2 years, he's had the second most touchdowns at the FBS level, which is the highest level of college football. This is what the Chiefs have done so far. The Broncos, one of their rivals, on the clock. They're looking for the second pick in the 4th round. We'll get you up to date on all of the selections here on day 3 of the NFL Draft when you come back to sunny and beautiful Green Bay as we wind our way down in the 4th round.
Not really big into committing to things. I usually stop binging the show halfway through the first episode. I mean, remember when my hair was blonde for like 2 seconds? When Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years for both phone and internet, even if I'm already a customer, I was like, duh. I think 3 years in the future, people will be very proud of my decision. Look at me grow. Can you hear me now? I sure hope so.
Yo, I can go all pro in this.
I can guard you and run through it.
You sure about that?
Fellas looking for a quarterback?
Go!
You're right, Billy. He's do bring on that.
Every shoe for every athlete.
Dix is the GOAT.
Dad, I can't kill dragons.
But you will.
Our parents' war is about to become ours.
What are you gonna do about it?
Probably something stupid.
He's killed hundreds of us.
We killed thousands of them.
There's something else on their island. You don't know what you're up against.
How to Train Your Dragon. Rated PG. In theaters June 13th.
Lowe's knows spring brings new growing moments.
I killed it.
And sometimes growing pains.
So it needs food? Full sun, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Plant these together.
Absolutely.
It's for you.
Grow your dream garden with My Lowe's Rewards. Lowe's knows how to help you spring.
Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life. Also try new Iams Healthy Weight Cat Food.
Is that a commercial or something?
The 2025 NFL Flat.
I don't know if it's commercial or anything, so. So the Raiders are now on the clock. The pick is in. There we go. There we go.
Alabama guys going among
Alright,
the
so
last
Q
five.
Robinson,
Most recent,
edge.
Q Robinson, who had a stand-up
Hold on.
final season with the Crimson Tide, and his best game really is the biggest moment against Georgia so far. And he's a player, I love the upside. You watch him and you see flashes where it's so impressive. You know, can you get more? Can we get him to level up a little bit? Because I think the instincts are there, the athletic ability is there. It's not super consistent play. His pass rush technique needs a lot of work. But Denver Broncos, they're going to want to stand their rushers up. Guys like Nick Benito coming off the edge. He's going to fit exactly in that mold of what Sean Payton's team looks to do on defense, guys. But again, the athleticism's there.
Alright guys, the Raiders looks like I had to tell my mom because she's a Broncos fan. Taka Hemingway, defensive tackle, South Carolina. Okay, so they went defensive tackle. So there's 3 more picks in the 4th round.
He is twitchy as heck. The ball is snapped, he's gone. You play him in the spy position, off the ball, blitzing in the A and B gaps. He's going to wreck everything. He's going to run down quarterbacks, back sideline to sideline. Again, it's just, look, it's all about consistency of production at this point in the draft. There's something that leads these guys down to this level when we're talking about their ultimate draft round, and a lot of that has to do with, can you lock in and just do it consistently?
They saw in the Broncos drafting. The Raiders just made a selection. They're too late. Alright, so the Ravens are now on the clock. See who they will select.
Went to the defensive side of the ball and took another defensive lineman, another Gamecock from South Carolina. That defense was terrific this year. A lot of draft picks improvement with Tonka Hemingway.
Yeah, Reese, I referred to the 33rd NFL defensive line with all the talent they had up front. Tonka Hemingway has really evolved as a player since arriving in Columbia. He began his college career mostly playing as a defensive end or on the edge, and he eventually finished up primarily a defensive tackle.
Oh, the Baltimore Ravens traded pick to who? Tennessee. So the Tennessee Titans are now on the clock. The Tennessee Titans are now on the clock.
He actually had a 2-yard rushing touchdown for South Carolina. The biggest question mark to me for all these South Carolina guys.
So the pick is in for the Tennessee Titans.
Because you couldn't double team anybody. They were all terrific players. How does it look at the NFL level when you have more attention thrown your way?
I mean, he can be an anchor. I mean, he really can be somebody that can occupy space.
Pick is in for the Titans. Let's see who they will select.
Year last year, I think it's still an area where they need to get better up front. Think about what they have in that division. My goodness, teams that can throw the ball, teams that can run the ball, they have to be able to better control
think great temperature. Heavyweight is a great basketball player in high school. He averaged 20 points per game. He was a punter. Now he was a defensive end. They moved him inside when he got bigger, Lou. I like Tucker Heavyweight. Upside there from an athletic standpoint. His production increased late in his career.
I just like what John Slide Trick Joe Madison was doing overall. He didn't say, hey, I can't take
Let's
the
see.
because I don't have no line. He said, you know what, I'm going to build it all at the same time because I got to catch up in my own division.
Here we go. Tennessee Titans pick is right now. Hold on.
The Baltimore Ravens have traded the 136th pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 136th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Alec Iamaner, wide receiver, Stanford.
Alex
So I'm starting to detect a
Iamaner,
trend here.
wide receiver, Stanford. Okay. Okay. So they went with wide receiver. Yeah. Okay.
First two passes, and then after that, he tortured Travis for the rest of the game. To the point where they took him off of him for a while because he was
See how
doing
he
this.
is.
He was
Okay.
dropping the ball in the back of Travis Hunter's head. Travis turned around after that play and was like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
He's big,
Yeah.
he's strong, he's got great hands. He will block your rear end off. If you are not ready in stop clock situations, he'll embarrass you. And you're right. Cam Ward, they're trying to load up and give you some weapons
Right.
outside. And I can tell you this, any wide receiver going down to Nashville to work with Cam Ward, you better be ready to be called out if you aren't ready to work. This dude is an alpha.
Alright, the Patriots. Seahawks are now on the clock. Right? Yep. Seahawks are now on the clock.
Amongst my top available 6'2", 4.44 speed, perhaps the best combination of size and speed available amongst the pass catchers going into today. And Lewis, you were on the call for a couple of his games, as you referenced. I'm not sure any player had.
There you go, Seahawks. Oh, we got a trade over.
I think he's the best downfield separator in this class as well. Takes him a little time to get going, and Reese, this might be a
Seattle Seahawks trade pick to the New England Patriots.
Deerfield Academy up there in Massachusetts.
It's not a bad place. It's no Avon Oak Farm School for boys, but you know, it's not bad.
So the Patriots are now on the clock, and the pick is in.
All right, so the
The pick is in.
The Patriots just traded into this selection. It's the 35th pick in the fourth round. So we're into the compensatory selection. So the Mike Vrabel era in New England, they took Will Campbell early, got Travion Henderson, wide receiver Kyle Williams.
Pick is in for the Patriots. Let's see.
And the most recent selection is Craig
You're gonna have one ball selection in the 5th round.
thinking here.
Well, I think that we saw the first 2 days, they're saying to themselves, young quarterback, didn't have a great year last year. Let's find a way to make life easier on Drake May. And then we started to get back into what Mike Vrabel was known for, of course, the defensive aptitude with Greg Woodson. So this feels like the opportunity for the Patriots to add a little bit more of that defensive side of the ball.
And it's on Mike Vrabel.
Defensive tackle, edge. I mean, that's an opportunity. Obviously, when you think about day 3 of the draft, we've seen teams try to gear towards helping their quarterback. You can't do
Mike
all that.
Vrabel.
You got to go to the opposite side of the ball. They went heavy offense early on. Now you had Woodson, who you like, Blue, coming out of Cal.
Yeah, and look, I'll tell you this. Look, Mike could build the football team the same way Burrow used to. Right down the middle. Right down the middle. Look what he did in free agency. He got Milton Williams. And then he supplements him with Harold Landry. He signed Robert Spillane. You know, it's following a formula. Take care of the offensive line.
So NFL schedule release coming May 14th.
Team building 101.
May 14th is the schedule release.
Travion Henderson and Kyle Williams allowed the Patriots to every so often just hit the easy button on offense, right? They had to earn every yard and every point last season. Sometimes
I don't know if I'm gonna live stream now because I probably have to work that night. So
and also your defense
we'll see.
as well, who felt like last year
It's a long ways to go. Long ways to go.
But this Patriots team has been incredibly aggressive this offseason in every facet.
The key's the offensive line. When you look at that group up front, Garrett Bradbury had some struggles at Minnesota. The Vikings, he's got to get better. Former first-round pick. And Morgan Moses has to stay healthy. The veteran, but durability is an issue with him. So that offensive line, still a little iffy. We'll see how Will Campbell settles in at that left tackle spot. He He's got to be the blindside protector, and he's got to be a big-time player. Pick him at 4. I know the arm length we talked about, but he's a key entity. Drake May, it's all about Drake, and you saw what they did. Kyle Williams, to me, is going to be a go-to guy, Lou. Yeah. Get the ball in his hands. That guy is a lightning fast. He is tremendous with the ball in his hands, and he's a competitive receiver. He can make the tough
Someday I would love to go to an NFL draft.
Washington State wide receiver.
Let's go to Brazil for the pick.
Hello everyone, I'm Laurentiis.
Here we go, Patriots.
And the Brazil national soccer team. Proudly representing Pets Nation from the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil.
Who did they select?
137th pick, the New England Patriots select Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle, Florida State. Go Pats!
Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle for Florida State.
Lost his father at the age of 2 at 11 years old. His mother passed away. Continued to pursue. Had great support system around him. Got him to Florida State, and now he's the 17th defensive tackle in this draft. Speaking of building right in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he is a prototype. Yeah. 3-technique defensive tackle at 6'3", 305. Long arms, 35-inch arms. He's got 13 sacks over the past 2 years. He's got a real sudden first step. Very twitchy body in a short area, and he plays hard. Tremendous effort. If you just get him off the ball and get him going upfield, this is what he can do, and that's what Mike Vrabel will have him do. Picture him with Milton Williams on the inside, Harold Landry on the outside, and you see there. You see how quickly he's able to beat the offensive guard and then flatten down the line of scrimmage, make TFLs. This is a nice value pick. A guy with a nice body type, long arms, twitchy body. That's what you're looking for.
Other than Shedeur Sanders, this is the highest rated player remaining on my board at 73rd overall was Joshua Farmer. The kind of guy that the flashes were just outstanding. He wanted a little bit more consistently. Let's look at the ecosystem he is now going to in New England. Of course, Milton Williams is going to play an expanded role compared to where he was in Philadelphia. But on top of that, they already have another investment at defensive tackle in Christian Barber.
Pick is in for the 49ers.
He dealt with for much of last season. All of a sudden, they have layers of depth. Recall that while they did spend big money on both Barmore and more recently Milton Williams, Mike Vrabel has always wanted to have a heavy rotation of defensive linemen. Yeah. Those guys are going to earn those things. Strong hands, Lou. He can put out pocket. Joshua Farmer, but Senior Bowl week had nice week.
I'm just going to go to the 5th round. So we are ready.
As Joshua Farmer and Terrell Williams, who's their new defensive coordinator up there as well. Another guy who knows how
the pick is in for the 49ers. We will see who they will select.
Offense and all the pieces that they've added on that side too. I promise you, physicality will be a point of emphasis for them running the football. And Drake May, he will take off. They will get
where the 49ers select.
Of the 4th round belongs to the San Francisco 49ers.
Hello, Green Bay. What an amazing place. I just want to say hi to my son Flynn back in Australia. And what an amazing place to be here in Green Bay, where the 49ers and the Packers have had some amazing battles in the past. And with the 138th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jordan Watkins, wide receiver, Mississippi. Go Niners!
Alright, they went wide receiver Jordan Watkins out of Ole Miss. Okay, so the Vikings. Sorry, the Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock.
He's undersized, but his quickness as a slot receiver, his smooth route running, and he has a natural feel in space. So he's going to be effective on some of those short area concepts that the Niners love. Option routes, good feel. He's also just going to put it into low gear and run right by you when he gets space.
PSA or heads up to our Auburn viewers, our Arkansas viewers that are out there listening. Get 5 touchdowns against you. It might have been the best single game performance that I've studied this entire past season at the college football level. Of course, a couple of other wide receivers in that Ole Miss offense. Trey Harris already having been drafted. This might have been the 3rd option in some people's eyes. The 2nd off the board, but really was not the favorite. So we'll get speed the match this reference. But that's something that Lane Kiffin would tell you down there when Trey got hurt. He really did step in and they really did lean on him, and he accepted the challenge. He's a guy who's not the most physically imposing wide receiver, but he's got a tremendous competitive engine, and he took a hold of it. He took the bull by the horns and really shouldered the responsibility in the passing game.
Ended up leading the nation. Touchdown catches of 50 yards or longer. He had 5 of them for Jordan. Watkins is going to team with Brock Purdy and company in San Francisco, and you see what the 49ers have done. That pick of Jordan Watkins, the final one in round 4. We will start round 5 here in Green Bay with the Vikings, who are not
guys, I'll be right
in
back.
these
Hold on.
precincts. They will
It's probably gonna be commotional, so. Alright, guys. Did I do the Panthers? Cam Jackson, defense tackle, Florida. Ravens are now on the clock and the pick is in. I have no idea. Alright, guys. Having another beer. I don't know if I'm gonna drink tomorrow, so for the double header of the Yankee game. So
plenty of value to be found in the fifth round.
let's see who the Ravens will select. Baltimore Ravens selection. Here we go. The Baltimore Ravens select. The Baltimore Ravens select. Who is it?
Going to the Vikings, also doing a Vikings, of course, making quarterback this and Sam Jackson. What do you got here on the defensive lineman? Yet another Bulldog pick.
Carson Vincent, offensive tackle, Alabama A&M. All right. So they went offensive tackle. They went offensive tackle. So the Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock.
294 snaps as the defensive tackle last year. It's going to show up for a defensive coordinator who's got some mad scientists in him. Last time I checked, Brian Flores amongst the most innovative defensive minds in all of the NFL.
Oh, the Minnesota Vikings trade their pick to Seattle Seahawks.
The more you can do down here in the 4th, 5th, 6th round, that's what we're looking for in these guys. You want positional versatility.
So the Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock. The pick is in for the Seahawks. The pick is in for the Seahawks.
There's a reason why these 4th and 5th rounders are able to make it to a Pro Bowl. A lot of it has to do with the fact that they have a diversified.
All right, here we go.
Last thing I'll say on the Georgia defensive lineman is the collective here. Well, this wasn't the schema. They said, pin your ears back and just rush the quarterback. We're talking about gap discipline. They're about finding ways to make life easier for your teammate, Pat.
The Vikings showed they were on the phone with the Seahawks. So they got the 142 and the 144 pick. Seahawks are on the clock and then they will be on the clock after the Dolphins pick.
Cam Jackson in the running game. This dude is a behemoth.
The Cam Jackson, the 140th pick, will go to Carolina. And what the Panthers have done with this draft. Seahawks about to make their selection now. Of course, had trade news at Shefty told us about
Here we go.
Williams, defensive back for Ryan Fire. And I'm Chad Jeffries, the quarterback for the Ryan Fire. And we're coming to you live from Düsseldorf, Germany. As proud partners of the Seattle Seahawks, we are here to announce the Seahawks' next pick for the 12s everywhere.
And with the 142nd pick in the 2025 draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Riley Mills, defensive end from Notre Dame.
Riley Mills, defensive tackle, Notre Dame. Okay. All right.
Riley Mills late in the season, late in that month. Mel, he was
So the Miami Dolphins pick is in.
From Mike McDonald, 6'5", 291. He was having a great year after combining for just 6 sacks the previous 2 seasons. This year he had a career high 7.5 sacks in 2024.
Here we go. Here we go.
Football team, that Notre Dame defense, that went a long way. Up first, anybody would have thought if they lost to Northern Illinois early in the year. Florida State game's outstanding. 3 sacks dominated in that game. Georgia Tech, 1.5 sacks, was outstanding there as well. And then he got hurt against Indiana in the playoffs. The knee injury, that really sets it back to the point where now he a medically redshirt will go. There's a lot more equipment Riley builds. I think they can get healthy. Spend a year getting healthy, get back to 100%, and then getting ready for 2026.
Just get lower. He's 6'5". Plays a little tall, but he's super smart. Has great first step get off. Real good on stunts. Saw him chase down the screen.
So the pick is in for the Dolphins. The pick is in for the Dolphins. And then after, the Seahawks are on the clock.
I'm Hugo, live from Madrid, where the Dolphins will play the first ever NFL game in Spain this season at Santiago Bernabeu Stadium.
The Dolphins mascots here.
The Miami Dolphins select Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle, Maryland.
Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle out of Miller. Okay.
Was a wrestler, weightlifter in high school, really strong guy. Jordan Phillips out of Maryland going to the Dolphins.
Yeah, he played 26 snaps.
So the Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock.
We're talking about a defensive lineman getting drafted without a career college sack. But this guy can get low. You mentioned the wrestling background. He's got 2 sledgehammer hands. That is the closest he came to a sack during his collegiate career. While you're seeing him play more 5 technique here, he played mostly as a nose tackle.
Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock.
It's about the quickness, it's about the shock and violence in his hands. This game against Iowa.
Here we go. Oh, there's a trade off. There's a trade off. Seattle trades pick to the Cleveland Browns. So the Cleveland Browns are on the clock. And the pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. Please say it's Shedeur Sanders. You need a quarterback. You need a QB.
Over the center, next to the center. I'd love to see Jordan Phillips get into some B gaps where he can shoot and go after and attack the quarterback. Because he does have very, very good short area quickness, very good closing speed to the quarterback, even if we didn't see it result in sacks in the NFL.
But Miami has made a concerted effort to really try to fortify the interior of their run defense, which just gave us too much yardage after contact. They were just too vulnerable in there. You know, Anthony Weaver went to general manager Chris Greer, Anthony Weaver, the defensive coordinator, and said, hey, look, I need help here on the inside. Yes, we need some help in the secondary as well, but I need help here on the inside. We got to be able to stop the run and play more stout along the line of scrimmage.
So another defensive tackle off the board for the Dolphins. The Cleveland Browns are on the clock. We'll keep you up to date on the 5th round pick of the NFL draft in Green Bay.
Alright guys, it's gonna be commercial. Right, who were the Cleveland Browns left? Put it in the chat. Who were the Cleveland Browns left? It better be Shedeur Sanders. So once commercial is over, I will put the sound on. see how many picks until the Giants. '18th, 154th pick. Alright, so we are getting close to the Giants pick. So once the Giants pick, I will make a short video while I am live. Come on. Let's get back. Alright, here we go.
Could have been a moment of foreshadowing. See, officially, the Browns are going to do.
Cleveland Browns select. Who is it?
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado.
Oh my God! Shedeur Sanders.
For Shedeur Sanders, really throughout this draft process.
Oh my God! Finally, he comes off the board.
Finally, Shedeur Sanders, Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, set a
Wow.
with 37 touchdown passes. Helped revitalize that Colorado program along with Travis Hunter. And in this draft
Finally, he comes off the board as number 144 pick. I hope he proves everybody wrong. Wow. I'll be right back.
when he's getting pressure, that's that feel, and they will take a little off, and he will later throw. A lot of college quarterbacks don't do that. He already gets that element of playing quarterback, which will activate in the NFL. The deep ball accuracy, he showed it at the Combine, he showed it at Colorado, he showed it at Jackson State. The ability to slip and slide. Yeah, he's not going to run a 4.6, but within the pocket, just give the kid a fighting chance. Colorado rarely did. When he had an opportunity, you saw this right there to Will Shepherd. Again, there were games like Oregon where he had no shot. Here he avoided the initial pass rusher. He rolled right, he made a throw. This fact he said, just out there to talk, he's not athletic, it's a bunch of BS. Not true. This kid can avoid, he can move, and he can make throws against his body like this. Key play against Baylor in that football game, Lou. I don't get it. I know you don't, but here we are in the 5th round, Cleveland Browns. Get a guy who should have been, in my opinion, a first-round pick, a high first-round pick. They look at the sliders, right? The guys that slid. If the NFL gets it, they know everything. No, they don't, because the guys that slid have done really well. Gino got into the 2nd round. He's doing pretty well, right? Jimmy Cross and Brady Quinn didn't, but then Aaron Rodgers, Chad Pennington went 18. Brett Favre, 2nd round. Boomer Esiason, 2nd round. Dan Marino, late 1st round. And now you have a situation with Stewart dropping to the 5th round. Tom Brady, everybody said, okay, this is nothing. 6th round pick. When Tom Brady was drafted, there was a quarterback that went 18th. That was Chad Pennington. The quarterback went in the 3rd round. That was Giovanni Carmazzi from Hopkins. When Tom Brady got there, what did he tell Robert Kraft? They told him, hey, you're a 6th round pick. Say, yeah, you're the best decision your organization ever made. To me, right? So talk about, are you confident, cocky, are you arrogant, or are you charismatic? There's that fine line there. I think there's a lot of perspective isn't reality in regards to Shador and Dion. Dion's not going to interfere. Dion's not going to be calling the coach. Dion's not going to be commenting about Shador while he's in Colorado. Lou, I think there's a lot of just fake news out there surrounding the Sanders family with Shador and Dion.
Yeah, look, if you get out of your feelings, I'm saying people who have feelings about Shador Sanders and just objectively evaluate him as a quarterback, it's hard not to like what he can do. A lot of mental horsepower. Talk to Pat Shermer out there in Boulder, his offensive coordinator. Full field reads, the ability to really decipher pre-snap and then adjust post-snap, put the ball where it needs to be put. He's got that. This nonsense about the fact that he's not a good athlete, he's just an average athlete. This is just one play where he is able to buy time. He doesn't have a strong arm. That's nonsense too. He can put the ball wherever it needs to be put at the NFL level. All three levels, across the field, drive it into tight windows. He's got a lot going for him from a physical skills perspective and how he plays the quarterback position. This whole situation transcended how he plays the position. It really
Alright, guys. Yeah.
And that's why he's here in the 5th round.
Miss one pick is McWilliams, cornerback, UCF.
Since 1999 or so. And look,
So the Patriots pick is in right now. So
perhaps he has. But now we say this every year. It matters more about what you do after your pick than it does where you're picked. So now the opportunity is for Shador Sanders.
Shador Sanders. Oh my God, Shador Sanders finally got picked by the Cleveland Browns. You could have had him in the first round.
Clearly something happened that made
What happened?
not want to do it. So now, what can he take from that? He can take this opportunity now, become a starter early in his career, which is probably closer to something that they had envisioned all along. They just didn't envision having to wait until the 5th round for it to start.
Absolutely, but when I was asked pre-draft, who was the best fit for Shador Sanders, I said the Cleveland Browns. Now, I thought it was going to be a pick.
Shador
Or is it trade back into
best fit was the Cleveland Browns, okay? The Cleveland Browns. I hope he proves everybody wrong.
He can live in that play action offense. That's what he did best in Colorado. What were his elite traits? Accuracy.
Alright, the Patriots select.
Translates anywhere. So the slide is a little bit ridiculous. I'm with you guys. I don't know exactly what caused it, but this is a good situation for
Who
him.
do they select? They're not showing it yet. It's a selection on the thing. But who do they select?
The Cleveland Browns. And what were they motivated to do?
Come on.
144th overall after previously drafting Dylan Gabriel at the end of the 3rd.
Who are they going to select? Stop wasting time.
Austin Booker from the Bears. He signed a 4-year, $4.4
Here we
million
go.
contract. As far as the quarterback is
Braden
concerned,
Swinson, edge rusher of LSU.
Lewis and I were there. They were taking an up close and personal look at Shador Sanders. They did
Okay.
homework on him. I don't think anybody would sit here and tell
So the San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock.
have an opportunity for him to compete. And well, I would say right now, Joe Flacco is the most likely week 1 starter for the Cleveland Browns. It is not like Joe Flacco's standing should be considered
Here we go.
cemented
Come
for
on.
the entirety of the season. It's open season right now, and you're Cleveland.
Come on.
And look, Andrew Berry is general manager. He may be playing chess while everyone else plays.
Go.
Because I'll tell you what, look at the quarterbacks that he has on his roster now. Between Joe Flacco, starting at Billy, Kenny Pickett has started in 1 game. Dylan Gabriel, there's people who would like Dylan Gabriel's skill set, myself included. Shador Sanders, you got 4 guys that maybe have starting caliber quarterbacks in the NFL. You think there aren't going to be some teams who need some quarterbacks? One of the best times to pick a quarterback, Andy Reid used to tell us this all the time in Philadelphia. The best time to pick a quarterback is when you don't need one. They are stockpiled right now. Andrew Berry's going to be sitting back this summer.
I should probably look for a green screen.
Always ebbs and flows, and people are going to be going, "Hey, Andrew," and he's going to be going, "Talk to me. What do you need? I got 4 of them. Oh, that's right. And you know what? They will sort themselves out. Shador Sanders right now, just go to work. Just keep your mouth shut, go to work, and let the cream rise to the top. And Andrew Berry, you may have made one of the smartest moves in the draft right here.
What kind of growth can this force Shador Sanders into? Because remember when Deion Sanders went to Jackson State, Shador was a quarterback. He went to Colorado, had the team meetings out there. Our quarterback's coming. Now he has to go in and win the quarterback job. What can that do for him? Whether he does it this year, next
So there's a green screen that was $55.99 off of a chair.
Competitive character is going to be put on full display now. What exactly are you made of? Are you going to be
The
someone that
49 selection is coming up right now.
really dives into
Here
the
we go.
details and really taps into Kevin Stefanski and really allows him to help
Jordan
take your game to the next
James,
level? I would assume that's what he's
running back
I would have loved to have been
out of
involved in
Oregon.
the conversations he has had with his father over the past 48 hours about what it's now going to take in order for you to reclaim the status that you thought you already had as far as how people valued you, where now people have already spoken. The NFL has spoken in terms of what value they were willing to put on you at this point in time. And whether that he's going to use that to really fuel the fire, to really go to work and really, like you're talking about, address every single aspect of his game and kind of reassess himself as well as far as how am I coming off to people? How are people perceiving me? Do I need to make some changes in that way too and get to where I ultimately believe I should get to, which is a franchise caliber starting quarterback on a winning team and playing meaningful football in the months of January and February.
You know, I mean, look, what he did at Colorado.
I'm gonna do.
I mean, you got to understand, this was a whirlwind program. When Deion got there,
Where's my own?
they didn't
It's gonna be. Hopefully, it's gonna be on the stand too.
Man, they won some, they became relevant. It was
I ordered a green screen.
And Shador had a terrific
So.
couple of seasons, particularly this most recent one, and now the opportunity in Cleveland. Adam Schefter, Peter Schrager with us now, guys.
Pick is in for the Rams.
A lot of perspectives on this. What led the Browns? What are you guys hearing that led the Browns to go ahead and make this move on Shador?
Well, Reese, I think in the pre-draft build-up, a lot was made of how many times the
So
Giants
it was supposed to be Chicago's pick, but the Rams moved up.
They met with him at length at
And
the
now the
Shrine
pick is
Days
in for the
Then at
Rams.
the Combine, they met with him. Then they had him into the top 30. And at his pro day, they took him and Travis Hunter out to dinner.
We're going
What were
to
the two people at that meeting?
move on.
Andrew Berry, Kevin Stefanski, Musgrave, Tommy Reese, Paul DePodesta, Jimmy Haslam, J.W. Johnson, the son of
7 more picks until I do a short video while I am live for the Giants
whether you need
pick.
a quarterback or not, it is the most important position in all of football. They feel comfortable with him, Adam, and they are happy to have him in that quarterback.
And let me tell you about two
we
relationships
go.
that I think were important here. Number one, Jimmy Haslam.
It's going by fast though. I'm glad it's going by fast. The Rams select
Browns quarterback coach is Bill Musgrave. Bill Musgrave and Deion Sanders were teammates together.
Ty Hamilton, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
And now the Cleveland Browns, who have had one of the messiest, ugliest.
So my arch rivals, the Dallas Cowboys, are now on the clock. If there's any Cowboys fans in this chat right now, make your selection.
And the storylines are just
Make your selection.
are not going to be happy staying
In the chat, make your selection.
the Jaguars' first-round pick next year in a quarterback-rich
Let's
draft.
go.
So they're
Come
gonna
on.
double ones armed to get even more
I want it. I want to see your selections, alright?
quarterbacks to having a surplus of them, and the attention that's been on Shador Sanders the past few days is only just now beginning, Reese.
Well, the old adage is if you have two quarterbacks, you don't have any. So now they've got a lot of them, and we're going to find out which one is the one. As you look at this, how would you assess Mel? We know what you think of him as a prospect. Now the opportunity in front of him, and how quickly you expect those traits to be able to play, to be the guy, if in fact you
I'm gonna see the weather for next week.
That's critical.
Next weekend.
Said it with Tom Brady was taken. The offensive line's got to protect. We've got to have that fortress in front of him, as Brady did. Allow him to have that success.
It's supposed to rain. 61 degrees.
Dealt with a muddy pocket. He done it with everything NFL conditions lead you to have to deal with once you get to the pro level. Then you think about the character. I think this is the misperception. I think the fact of the matter is Deion was a great teammate. He made Deion practice.
Hopefully that's not true.
They loved him with the Atlanta Braves in Major League
I
Baseball.
want it to be upper 70s for the weekend.
Cleveland Browns, that's the issue, guys. If they can't protect him, I would say get the weapons, but up front is where they got
Because if we do
to do his job. He will be
the live stream outside,
I mean, you give
I want it to be perfect. Sunny and 70 something degrees for the Yankees stream. Alright, Cowboys selection is
First game. Then the wheels came off. That Stanford game in the second half lead was low at the half. Shedeur Sanders, to me, when you talk about the locker room and the players around him, they love him.
Jadon Blue, running back, Texas.
Maybe they didn't like what they heard. I don't know how it was handled. You get all the word about this, that, and
Right.
well, they're just trying to hurt Shedeur. Teams are throwing it
So
out
the
there.
Miami Dolphins are now on the clock.
Stay out of it. That's gonna be called or threatening.
I'll be right back, guys. Hold on.
Deion could take over. Deion's not happy. Deion said he's not going to say anything. Deion's going to coach Colorado. So a lot of this stuff, I think, just made no sense to me. Kind of the negativity you heard over the last couple months.
The perception, though, that you talked about, that's all until the draft gets going. Because it became his reality. The fact is, the 16th player on my board, higher on yours, right around 25 on that board, went 144th overall. We've established a couple of things. We think he has a chance to legitimately compete for the quarterback job at some point in the relative near future. We've also established we like to fit in Kevin Stefanski style offense. Here's the question, and Reese, you kind of got us there at the beginning of this conversation. What lessons will be learned? And what would they be used effectively to turn him into the player that I think we have some level of confidence across this desk that he can become? If so, this has a legitimate chance to be and this is not hyperbole here, the best value on day 3 so far because it's the most important position in all teams.
Hit rate the last 31 years for fifth-round picks at quarterback, zero. Zero.
It's your guy, though.
Zero.
Fuck the trend.
I'm saying up until now, the last 31 years, okay? Quarterbacks in the 5th round, you look at the chart, here it is. Right here, I went back and looked at it. All right, from 1994 to 2024, that's 31 years. What's that say?
0 for 43.
0 for 43 with a couple still to be determined. Spencer Rattler, one of those guys, still to be determined. Right? 1970 to 1993, hit rate in the 5th round, 19%. Right? So again, 5th round's not the round to get a quarterback. Okay? It hadn't been proven. It was going back to 1970. That's a long time, right? Shedeur Sanders, 5th round pick. We'll see if we can do something that very few have been able to do.
The aberration, though, probably with a couple of notable exceptions, 5th round and beyond, is that very few quarterbacks were evaluated like this just on the tape at the same level that he was.
That's the difference, right? I mean, this isn't a talent issue. This isn't a can-do issue. This transcended that. And that's why I think of anybody on that list that you have of fifth round guys, none of them have the skill set that this young man has. This is not about can you play the position. This is about do we want you to play the position for us. That's what this game.
Why wouldn't they, Lou?
Well, look, that's a whole other discussion that we've had in many different ways for weeks and months now.
This is not one of the toughest quarterbacks you
No, but Mel. This isn't about. This isn't about quarterback traits and quarterback characteristics, personal football character. That's not about this. This is about. This is personal.
That's the end off the field issue. No, he has not.
Mel, you don't have to sell it to me.
No, I don't know what we're talking about here.
You're right. You're right. Yes, you're right. But you know what? But Mel, the draft has spoken.
That's right. That's the key, Mel. It's not putting a value judgment on whether those who asked right or wrong. They did. Yep. So now, whenever you're in circumstances in life, whether you like them, whether you don't like them, whether they're fair or whether they're unfair, you might have to deal with them.
That's
and
right.
now Shedeur Sanders has to deal with everything. And for whatever reason, whether he played a minute, microscopic percentage, 0%, or it's a legitimate criticism of the way he conducted himself during the draft process, this was the result.
Yeah.
Now he has an opportunity to answer it. I think yelling at the NFL about it is not
There's not a quarterback. Boomer Esiason was not happy when he was a second round pick. Tom Brady was not happy. They dropped. How'd they turn out?
And nobody's arguing that can happen.
The NFL has been clueless for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterback. Clueless. All that, no idea what they're doing in terms of evaluating quarterback. That's proof. There's proof of that.
How many
times we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterback? They don't.
Nobody's batted 1,000 there. No, that's correct, right? I mean, I think that's
all that matters now is what happens going forward. We talk about it all the time. There is the evaluation phase, there's the evaluation and selection phase, which we're in right now, and then there's the development and implementation phase. That's where we're headed to right now. That's all that matters
for him. Kevin Stefanski, Andrew Berry,
And Lou, have at it. Quarterbacks now, and Ricio or Rose, anybody. College kids now get paid. They're professional. They're getting paid. They're commercial. They're out there. You got to deal with that. If you're the NFL, you have to deal with that. Okay? He's saying whatever he's saying behind closed doors. What's he saying? I want to be the guy. I should be this. I should be that. He's not saying he's the best player in the draft. Best quarterback. Second best to Travis Hunter. That's quarterback. Who is it?
Alright, guys, the Dolphins select is Jason Marshall Jr., cornerback, Florida. Sorry I missed it. I was talking to my dad, so. The coach pick is in.
Jugendtag from the Olympic Stadium here in Berlin, Germany. This season, the Indianapolis Colts would make history as the first NFL team to play a regular season game right in this beautiful stadium. We are excited to bring Colts football to fans around the world. Let me introduce you to star defensive player, team captain, Kenny Moore II.
With the 151st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select DJ Giddens, running back, Kansas State. See you in Berlin. Auf Wiedersehen.
To DJ Giddens, running back, Kansas State.
For his high school football team until he was a junior and turned out to be a breaking player.
So they went with a running back. Alright, so now my rivals are now on the clock is the Dallas Cowboys, and the pick should be in, hopefully.
jump cut skills behind the line of scrimmage. You see it right there, and then you see the lateral quickness to put a move on a defender at the second level. And then he can bring
Getting closer to my Giants selection. Now we do a short video while I'm streaming.
He needs to be better in pass ability to be better
Oh, sorry guys.
He's adequate catch the ball out of the backfield. For a fifth-round pick, the kind of production that he put up, it's a nice selection for Indianapolis.
This is my vitamin medicine that fell.
Runs a little bit upright with good power, gets downhill, and he has that balance as a runner who you're looking for, and he gets there
A
by
trade. There's a trade.
This is what the Colts have done in this draft, starting with
So the Cowboys have traded their pick.
Now, there have been a number of picks
Right?
recently while we had the Shedeur Sanders discussion. Certainly, it's been a primary story.
So the corners are on the clock. Now the Cowboys traded up. So the pick is in. I did not see that. Wow. The Cowboys select Jamal James, linebacker for it's commercial right now. Alright, the Cincinnati Bengals are now on the clock. I'm watching my stream on my TV, so that's why I did not see that. So. Let me see how many views for my shorts that I just made for the Giants pick. 86 views. 86 views for my short videos. And you guys are not subscribed. Please like and subscribe. Alright? We are live for 7 hours. 7 hours of the NFL draft from 12 to 7. From 12 to 7. We are live. Unless it goes over 7 o'clock. Let's see. So the Bengals select Jalen Rivers, guard out of Miami. Alright, I gotta get ready for the Giants selection. The pick is in for the Giants. I'm gonna be doing a short video for the Giants selection. Alright guys, the pick is in for the Giants. The pick is in for the Giants. I am live now on YouTube making a short video. Here we go. The New York Giants select Marcus Ambo, guard out of Purdue. We have picked an offensive guard. Okay. Love it. Love it. Here we go. There we go. Please like and subscribe. And I will see you all in the next video. Here we go.
Unlimited 3% cash back when dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Just get one of everything. Everything.
Everything. These Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back. This is so nice. 3% cash back on chicken. 3% cash back on risotto. Yes, chef. Where's my steak? Here, chef.
Had a feeling you want to earn 3% cash back on dessert. What's in your mind?
If you see a car, you can find it on Auto Trader. Even my TV detector car. Just put your info in the Kelly Blue Book My Wallet, browse personalized monthly payments from dealers in your area, then start and finish the deal online. Case closed.
This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash. But this is a not flash. Veoza, the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms due to menopause. With hormone-free Veoza, you can have fewer hot flashes and more not flashes. Veoza reduces the number and severity of hot flashes day and night. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems.
See if Ambo will be a great guard for the New York Giants. Let's go. Let's go.
Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about
So the Dolphins pick is in.
Visit saveonveoza.com to learn more.
Hey, you know you're not actually allowed to drink in a beer commercial?
Since when?
You gotta wait till it's done. Oh, 5, 4, 3,
Alright.
2, 1.
keep forgetting commercial. It was what? Bud Light commercial? I'm drinking Bud Light now. It's flat. Probably gonna be my last bill. My last bill, I think. Dolphins select Dante Trader Jr., safety out of Maryland. So the Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock. Oh man, that tastes disgusting. I'll be right back. I gotta put this in the refrigerator. That was disgusting. So the Chiefs select Jeffrey Bassa, linebacker, Oregon. The Buccaneers select Isaiah Roberts, edge from SMU. Okay. So the LA Chargers are now on the clock. Alright, guys. Alright, this Chargers select who will the Chargers select? Keandre Amber Smith, wide receiver out of Auburn. Right. So the Green Bay Packers are now on the clock. The pick is in for the Packers. Showing the Chargers pick, and they're high-fiving everyone. They're pumped up about it, so. Alright. Let's see who the Packers are going to select. They're live for over 2 hours and 58 minutes. We will be live for 3 hours soon. The Packers select. Let's see who they will select. Come on. Colin Oliver, linebacker, Oklahoma State. Okay. Alright, so the San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock. The pick is in for the 49ers. The pick is in for the 49ers. I got it. I'm muted. I keep playing.
Back into the first round.
The New York Giants select Jackson Dart.
Keep forgetting to unmute it. Here we go. 49ers select. Let's see.
Very much, Reese, to break down the Giants draft picks and everything that's gone on.
Marquez Single.
Today by the Giants
Safety.
general manager, Joe Shane.
Kansas City. Kansas State. I meant Kansas State.
Now, hello there, Joe. Peter, you want to introduce yourself here?
Great seeing you.
Oh, Joe Shane.
Appreciate you coming on in the middle of the draft. Still some picks to go, but let's go to the pick in the end of the first round. You guys were staying patient. You were holding firm, and then you made a move with the Houston Texans. Can you take us behind the philosophy and maybe the strategy of going back into the draft and getting your quarterback, Jackson Dart?
Yeah, we went through an extensive process with the quarterbacks. I know it's well documented this year, and we identified Jackson as a player that we were open to targeting at the end of the first round if there was a chance he was going to be there. So yeah, once we got through the mid part of the first round and he was still available, we started making phone calls.
Eagles pick is
That
in,
was stressful.
by the way.
It was difficult to find a trade partner. There was a lot of people before the draft that were looking to move out, and then a lot of those teams decided to stay. But we were lucky enough to get a deal done with Nick down in Houston, and we're excited about getting Jackson at pick 25.
Can you tell us about what you liked about Dart? We know there was a lot made of all your meetings with Shedeur Sanders, but you guys also took a serious investment of time to get to know Jackson Dart over the course of the last year, maybe a year plus. Can you take us through those moments and those key milestones in the process?
Yeah, one of the biggest things that stands out in every game that you watch
Eagles
is
select
just his toughness, his physicality, his competitiveness, and the way he plays the game. Obviously, the physical tools are there.
Samuel
He's accurate. He was very
Mondon Jr., linebacker, Georgia.
Again, just getting to know him, the on-field stuff was outstanding. The personality, the way he did in the classroom, the way he conducted himself, and it just really fit with what we were looking for in the quarterback position. And we were able to make a move to go out and get him.
Joe, what
Right,
stands out about
so the
your
Jets are now on the clock.
Carter, the number 3 overall selection?
Yeah, I mean, he's explosive. He can bend. He's versatile. He's a dog. There's a lot to like about the kid. So, he's one of those kids that early on in his career as a freshman, if you're just watching film at Penn State, you see that number 11, it automatically catches your eye, and then he's just moving at a different speed than everybody else. So, looking forward to him, and along with some of the other defensive linemen that we already have on the roster, and in the secondary, some of the players that we added in the offseason. So. We're excited to get Abdul. Looking forward to getting him here and competing, and just another pass rush to our defense.
Joe, before we let you go, I have to ask you. Last year, Carson Shane was pushing for Jaden Daniels. This year, he posted a video about Jackson Dart. Who does Carson Shane have ranked atop the quarterback board for the 2026 NFL Draft? At least now you're the quarterback, you'll be out of it.
His early favorites are Arch and Nuts. He goes to that Manning Academy every year, the MPA. So he gets around these kids, and whoever's nice to him, he likes. So those were two of his favorites from last year that he's got his eye on.
Manning Passing Academy, we always appreciate it. Joe Shane, thank you so much. Go make
Good.
some picks and enjoy.
All right, thanks, guys.
That was GM of the Giants, Joe Shane. But the Jets are now gonna pick. The pick is in. But the commercial is coming up. And Joe Shane, if you're watching this, get an offensive lineman. Get an offensive lineman in the next round. We need it. Pick is in for the Jets. Let's see who they will select. The Jets select. Here we go. Francisco Magoa, linebacker, Miami. So they went with a linebacker. So now the Carolina Panthers are now on the clock. Gotta move this up. I'll be right back. Hold on. Alright, guys, I'm back. Did I miss anything? Sales pick is in. Yes, Michael Evans, tight end out of Notre Dame to the Carolina Panthers. So the Steelers are now on the clock and the pick is in for the Steelers. Hold on.
Ball in the NFL's first ever regular season game in Dublin. With the 164th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the six-time Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers select Y.A. Black, defensive end, Iowa. Oh, here we go.
Iowa Black. Defensive tackle, Iowa. Okay. Okay.
This kid is for the Pittsburgh Steelers, that nose tackle. And Lou, you talked about in the field and Matt, a guy who can block it.
So the LA Chargers are now on the clock. LA Chargers are now on the clock.
He grew from that and developed this season into a guy that became more productive, 34 tackles, 7 tackles for loss. Y.A. Black, I think, underrated because, again, you cannot find guys this size, that type of talent, for that 3-4 spot
Right.
on a regular basis.
Well, he had his best year, and that's what I always want to see with these guys. Are you an ascending prospect? Now, he struggles with pad level a little bit. Mel mentioned the size. It's his best trait and his biggest curse at times. So I think he has to learn to play with a little bit better leverage.
It feels like this will be ending before 7. Seems like it, but I don't know. I don't know if it will.
I would be interested to see, you mentioned the tackles for loss. What is his pass rush potential? Because I think we started to see some of that flash this year. But that's a part of his game that still has to be developed a little bit. Maybe once we get
But the Chargers pick is in, so we will see. Here we go, Chargers selection. Here we go.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 165th pick to the Los Angeles Chargers. With the 165th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Oronde Gaston II, tight end, Syracuse.
Oronde Gaston II, Syracuse tight end. So the Chargers went tight end after trading up in the draft with the Eagles. Alright.
Mel's got him his dad way back in the day, and this is a player's a quick study, Reese. He began his college career as a wide receiver in his first year playing tight end on a full-time basis in 2022. What did he do? He led all FBS tight ends in receiving yards.
So the Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock.
Excellent at generating separation at the top of the routes. You see him playing a lot of his snaps from the slot or even lined up outside here. Here's the reality with Oronde Gaston II. If you're asking him to get moving in the running game as a blocker, you've chosen the wrong player. But if you want to find a guy that can help you stretch the middle of the field up the seam, though, you got a chance.
Yeah, came back from the foot injury, and he caught everything. So Oronde Gaston II, his dad, obviously, you talk about Winston-Salem State, undrafted free agent, 1995, caught Dan Marino's last touchdown pass his dad did. When you think about Oronde Gaston II, this is a kid that can. You get into this area, Lou, the other off target, one target, he's going to catch the football.
Again, think about how Joe Horrocks and Jim Harbaugh build this football team. Look at the profile of the people that they pick. Size, big.
Seattle Seahawks select who?
The Chargers come out of the
Let's see.
2025. That's a nice big W.
Toy Holton, wide receiver, Colorado State. Okay.
So this is a team that has a spot that he could make it up into the starting lineup as a move tight end. So the Chargers celebrating the drafting of Rondé Gadsden II.
So now the Tennessee Titans are now on the clock. We'll be right back because it's commercial break. And I'll be right back. Hold on. Alright guys, I'm back. See how this abilities now.
Who we are as an organization, how we plan to move, and can't wait to get to know Travis on a deeper level, get him inside the building and on the grass with his teammates, and just see how this takes shape here.
Titans let Jackson Slater guard out of Sacramento State.
And as for Hunter himself,
And the Eagles select Drew Kendall, center, Boston College. And now the Bears select Zach Frazier, cornerback, Texas San Antonio.
To play on both sides of the ball is certainly unique.
So the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock.
Who he is as a person, right? Him being on site with us over the last 24 to 36 hours, it's been very vivid. The mode in which he operates, the way in which he thinks, right? He's got a joyful personality, but when he talks, there are some things that hit you in a way that are jaw-dropping, and it's hard to even comprehend that somebody of his status and his age can even be thinking the way that he does. And clearly, it's something that is special, not only on what is showcased on the surface, but what lies beneath it.
James, I'm curious. You're 34. You're the youngest general manager in the league. You made that huge historic trade on the opening night of the draft. What has it been like for you to man the helm with your first NFL draft as a general manager?
It's been a blast. Obviously, it's a collective effort. We're leveraging the insights from our coaching staff as well as our scouting staff and everything just outside that within the organization, from sports performance to strength and conditioning. So this has been an enjoyable process so far, and I hope it's truly fulfilling by the end. Obviously, we got 4 more picks on the horizon and look forward to really rounding this thing out the rest of the way.
All right, I know this is more of a question perhaps for the coaching staff, but here's
Alright guys, the pick is in for the Buffalo Bills.
I've heard that he has spoken to both your offensive coordinator and your defensive coordinator. Is there a defined plan for how he will be rolled out onto the NFL in his first NFL week?
Yeah, it's a logical question to ask, and I think his intent is on playing both sides of the ball, as is ours. Now, when it comes to his onboarding process, we'll give him a heavy dose of offense and sprinkle in the defensive side of the ball, knowing that by the time we get
Buffalo
to the
Bills select
those should be balanced out. But that's the initial onboarding.
Jordan Hancock,
but we'll know that there's going to
cornerback,
be a requirement for agility and fluidity.
Ohio State.
Because certainly this is uncharted territory.
So now the New England Patriots are on the clock.
James, you mentioned the 4 picks you still have left today. Thank you for joining us before.
I might get something
What is this
to
team
eat.
still looking to do the rest of the day?
You know what? We'll see how the board unfolds. Certainly want to continue to tap in and keep our North Star of hiring players who are intangibly rich top of mind. And I think with however many picks I've missed since I've come on air, I think that'll help me understand who's going to be left on the board when I get back.
James, I can't help but say this. I feel like I'm talking to Les Snead and Sean McVay here. Was that intangibly rich? I mean, this is incredible. I hear the same vocabulary. It's got to be that Los Angeles Ram history you had.
Oh, you know what? It's very challenging when you're around a group of people who are as special as those two in particular. I think each of us probably take a little bit and give a little bit. And certainly grateful for my time there. They both altered the trajectory of my life, and really looking forward to sort of building those same relationships here in Jacksonville and continuing to grow with this group.
James, thank you for the time today. Congratulations on a huge weekend for you and your organization. We appreciate the time today. We'll let you get back into the room and make those final 4 picks and get to work on those priority undrafted free agents.
Appreciate the support and the opportunity to come on.
Thanks very much. James Gladstone, the general manager of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who pulled off that huge trade on Thursday night to land that player right there.
That's intangibly rich.
That is intangibly rich, and he's going to make them richer on offense and defense, Peter. We'll be back with the 2025 NFL Draft from Green Bay after this.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. Well, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sportant. DSG, only at Dick's.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. McCaffrey with a tough call.
You can't go wrong.
This is a big call, Christian. Biggest call of your life. Wood or tile finish? Which one you gonna do? This could make or break the whole...
Alright, so the Lions are now on the clock.
London Sky. You sure? He's sure.
Get the man some London Sky. And a decisive win with the Lowe's app. In-store, online, our Lowe's team has you covered.
Dr. Rick, we are thinking sandwiches again for lunch. What should I put you down for?
Oh, boundaries. They can be tough for young homeowners turning into their parents.
Now, I'm either going to go tuna melt or Reuben. They're known for their
Remember, when the door closes...
Let me see how much. How much is it? My auto.
Looks like the soup of the day is tomato bisque.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
I could go tuna melt. If you want to go Reuben, we could do a mix and match.
The captain has turned off the fasten seatbelts on field.
5121. That's
Use PayPal checkout online.
20 for 3 things.
1,000 winners every day.
That's stupid.
100 days. I love that question. So just check out online with PayPal? Yeah, it's that easy. How much are we talking?
This is why I don't like ordering out.
Here you go, Marty. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Maybe lock the door, all right?
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with
Might
Greenies
as well order pizza
Make health a treat. Also, try Greenie's dog food.
because that's how much a pizza costs.
Business days are back. Our experts?
Welcome in.
Closer than you think. Yes, great. Nice surprise, huh? Ready to help. Serving up deals, advice, wherever you are. Even on the job.
Hey! Hi!
And making sure all your tech
Let's take a look.
is good to go. April 21st to 27th. Don't wait. Get started today.
If history has taught us anything, it is this.
What is sleep while the baby sleeps?
Correct.
What's Army of the Potomac?
Yes.
What's a sombrero?
Question everything.
This is Jeopardy Masters.
Wednesday, 9 elite champions go head-to-head in a 6-week primetime event.
What is yada yada yada? What is blah blah blah?
No more of that.
Jeopardy Masters. Primetime event starts Wednesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
So yeah, Monday I go in at 12 and I get out at 8. So I might do Monday Night Raw. I have no idea yet. Because I don't have to get up Tuesday morning, so the pick is in.
Sophia Flörsch, German racing driver, and today I'm welcoming you for the very first time to the new Detroit Lions exhibition at the German Sport and Olympic Museum in Cologne, open until June. So without further ado, let's get to the pick. With the 171st pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Miles Frazier, guard LSU, won Pride Worldwide.
Miles Frazier,
Going from Tigers to Lions.
guard LSU to the Detroit Lions. Okay. So the LA Rams are now on the clock.
3 years at LSU. 28 starts for LSU at right guard, 9 starts at left guard, and 2 at right tackle. So the first bowl game this year at right guard, then he shifted to right tackle for the bowl game. But Emory Jones opted out. Didn't allow a sack and 578 pass block snaps. Again, pad level for a guy 6'5 and a half, 317. It's going to be important moving forward. I love though the versatility of the guy can fill various roles if you have an injury along your offensive line. Yeah, let's remember Detroit lost Kevin Zeitler, the right guard in free agency, so there is a spot that he can.
LA Rams are now on the clock. The pick is in. The pick is in. Here we go.
He got to evaluate him at tackle. He got to evaluate him at guard, and he showed that versatility. He can come in and play on the right or left side. So I think this is a high upside pick with somebody who we've seen get it done in the run game. He's just got a little bit smoother a pass throw to find his way onto the field.
125th player on my big board, so a big value here for the Detroit Lions. We've got to wait a while, Lewis. They have a pick as number 70 overall, so over 100 selection threes between between those Lions two things.
What do you think about those Brad Holmes, North Carolina Indians? Sure, that's pretty sweet. Brad Holmes is doing work as he always does.
I probably should just order pizza, but oh well.
Before I announce this pick, I have to say the people of Green Bay are the best and nicest people I've ever met. The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 172nd pick to the Los Angeles Rams. With the 172nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Chris Paul Jr., linebacker, Mississippi. Go Rams!
Chris Paul Jr., linebacker of Ole Miss. So they went with linebacker. So they must have liked him to trade up. Alright, the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock.
Absolutely shows up, and he was part of the heart and soul of that Ole Miss defense, playing in the middle of the field with a lot of talent in front of him. But I like his explosiveness. I think you can use him as a quarterback spy, a little bit as a blitzer. But watching him in person at East West Shrine, he stood out. And this is a guy who can absolutely play in the NFL. Rams are pretty good at identifying linebacker talent, guys.
Yeah, fast eyes, fast run trigger as well. So he's an effective player behind the line of scrimmage. To me, the determining factor is going to be size. Is he going to be a big enough player to handle the rigors of NFL offensive line?
Sideline to sideline range, you're at 4.63. And a game zero really popped for me. Georgia, Arkansas, Oklahoma. It was all over the field, Bill.
Yeah, it is the size of the point of the
Oh well.
play, right? If you can't get to the
I was gonna cancel my order, but oh well. The Buffalo Bills select
It has to be perfect for him in order for him to be as productive as we want him to be. And at the NFL level, it just gets even harder. But then you take chances on guys like this down here in the 5th round and see if you can develop them.
Who is it?
Chris Paul from Ole Miss going to Sean McVay and the Rams. As you take a look at their draft group,
Come on.
and the Los Angeles Fire Department Air Operations Headquarters to salute those who responded to the wildfire earlier this year.
Jackson Halls, tight end, Georgia Tech. Alright. So the Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Alright guys, we are back.
18th through the 20th.
Catch up to date on some of the recent selections here. Just a couple more picks from man in the fifth round. Those defensive
Cardinals pick in.
Georgia Tech, who started his career at
So
Yale,
the
Jackson Hawes, going to Buffalo. Denzel Burke, 13
Jackson Hawes is going to Buffalo that we saw. Who is the Cardinals going to slot? The Cardinals slot Denzel Burke, cornerback, Ohio State.
He didn't get a whole lot of opportunity at Georgia Tech with their passing game. He was more or less used as a blocker.
My food is going to be on its way, so it's on its way to the restaurant. So the Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock.
He was a guy who did some nice things with it down the field. You see him here, just stalk blocking out here on a running back swing screen. But that's exactly what you're looking for in a number 3 tight end, to see if you can actually get him more reps, develop him a little more.
Yeah, man, I thought he was the best blocking tight end in this class because of the way that he uses that muscle mass, the way he uses his frame, and because at Georgia Tech, you need to
So
make
the
block if you're going to play there. So it's interesting.
and you get to the 6th round. The 6th round is next.
Physically mature, he's ready to go. I think he could develop into a
And
tight end, but he could see the field in double or even triple tight end sets as we see now.
pick number.
The athleticism of Kincaid, and then just that smooth reliability of Dawson Knox.
Georgia Tech via Yale, by the way, the Buffalo Bills led the NFL in snaps
Nothing.
with 6 offensive linemen on the field this past year. If they decided to sort of evolve that from a 6 offensive lineman to walking tight end, now,
So the Giants do not have a pick in the 6th round.
Big frame, but here's a blocker. You don't see that as much now. He's got that inline guy. He had his most productive receiving game late in the year against Georgia. He had 4 catches out.
So this is the 5th round.
trivia, Mel, how many overtimes did that game go to?
Right?
7, right? 10? Georgia Tech? Yeah, how was that? 7, 10, 8. 8. Ask the trivia. You gotta know the answer.
Pick is in for the Seahawks.
That's a rookie mistake. Maybe he was asking because he didn't know. Yeah, I was asking out of curiosity. Like, what are you doing on your Saturdays in the fall? You gotta be watching college ball, man.
I'm not worried about trivia, Lou. He's drinking Orange Crushes. 8 overtime gigs. I'm still not really sure. Anyway, yeah, at the end of that overtime situation, something needs to be addressed with the whole 2-point conversion thing. Yeah. But I digress.
Story for another day.
Yes, it is. Ohio State had another player taken off the board. Quarterback Denzel Burke going to the Arizona Cardinals.
I haven't had Dairy Queen in a long time, so the Seattle Seahawks select. Who is it? Come on.
Against Oregon, kind of met his match in man coverage. That being said, very experienced, has some friskiness,
Come on.
and does have very good ball skills when the football is thrown in his area. Arizona has now drafted 2 Big Ten corners, also landing Will Johnson in the 2nd round as we continue to address that roster.
Kidding me.
Yeah, I was with Burke. I watched him earlier in his career. I thought he might be a better safety than he is.
It's taking too long. It's taking too long. Come on. Who are the Seahawks selecting? Show him. Robbie Oates. Tight end, Alaska. Oh, Alabama, right? Yeah, Alabama. I don't know why I said Alaska. Okay. So the Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock. The Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock.
Late in the 5th round here, the Seattle Seahawks, who last night took Jalen Milroe, the quarterback, against one of his big tight ends, Robbie Oates, and his mustache.
Why did it go up? You gotta trade.
Physical tight end. He was really their number 2 tight end. We might see the other CJ
So
here as well, but then when he
the New York Jets are now on the clock. The New York Jets are now on the clock.
no one knows
Oh, they got picked. So round 6, here we come. The New York Jets select Tyler Bailey, edge, Miami. Okay. So the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. He's been live for 3 hours and 42 minutes. That's a lot for me. Come on.
This dude is a heck of an athlete now. You can see the vision that John Schneider, you see on your screen right there, probably watching us talking right now as we speak, as we're sitting here analyzing everything that we say. Yeah. That guy, he fits perfectly with what they conceptually want to do offensively. We say hi, John, at this point, right? Hey, John.
There he is. He react away. Rob Utes doesn't mind sticking his face in the fan, and they'll like that in Seattle for sure. Final pick of round 5 belonged to the New York Jets, and Tyler Barron, the edge from Miami, started his career with the Volunteers of Tennessee. Yeah, and he's known for his ability to get into the backfield, but also the way that he can disrupt passing lanes with his length is fantastic. Really quick burst off the line of scrimmage, and he has an ability to get to the
The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. Pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. All right.
Right where I had him graded late round 5, early round 6. So athleticism, motor, versatility, that's the type of prospect you
I thought he was going to go right into pass rush moves. So, Barron, you couldn't be impressed as you watch. He kind of grew on you when you put the tape on.
And they wanted more out of him down in Miami this year. Given his skill set, you know, at 258 pounds, running 4.6 and having almost a 36 foot, they expected him to dominate. And I mean, absolutely just whip people, and it just was off and on. As a matter of fact, sometimes he looked better as a 3 technique than as a defensive end and sub. That's where they really got the most mileage out of him. It's got to click with him all the time because his physical skills, he's got all that.
You know, Lewis, just 2 seasons ago when he was playing at Tennessee, he played more snaps as a defensive tackle than he did as an edge. That was back in 2022 when he played 166 snaps on the edge, 251 as a defensive tackle. So perhaps the Jets have some versatility in mind here.
Yeah, go figure. He had 10 sacks this year and has 26 for his career, so he's doing something. He should just be better than what he is.
Lou, you should have been at her, Lou.
No, well, I'm just saying, he should have been. Well, if he had been better, we wouldn't be talking about him right now at this point in the draft. Second, third round. The sun's shining on you over there.
I feel good down there.
No, you are.
That jacket's still on, though.
All right. Pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. Another Minnesota Marvel. All right. Commercial break, guys. Commercial break. See if they will pick when it's on commercial break. Alright, hold on. Be right back. Yep.
When he blew up, then he goes to Florida, and unfortunately the ACL injury. Hey, you know what? I think it was 2022. Still the starter of Wisconsin. He squared off head to head. C.J. Stroud.
So we saw Graham Mertz go to the Texans QB out of Florida. I didn't know it was muted, so. The Packers are now on the clock and the pick is in.
Green Bay, and every Packers selection has been greeted warmly, rolling out the hospitality they'll see with a big fella from the Dogs. And he checks the boxes. 6'5", 315 pounds, physically strong defensive tackle who plays with leverage at the point of attack. His size and strength allow him to dictate what the offensive line does.
Packers up with Warren Winston, defensive tackle, Georgia. Okay.
He can kick down inside, so it's going to give you some versatility up front along the defensive line. Jeff Hafley loves to be able to run that man coverage. You need guys who can get things done up front for his defensive line. Building depth and finding his type of guys, I think is something really important for the Green Bay Packers to do. So, I think if you look at what the Georgia defensive front did to the Texas offensive line in both of those meetings, would probably cost them several spots in the draft, if not several rounds. In some cases, what do you think about what the Packers have done?
Chargers pick is in.
I talked to Steve Sarkisian a couple days ago about told him. He says, look, it's all ahead of him. He's just going to be a fantastic thrower, tremendous worker. Anthony Felton, he is just mean. He's a guy who reminds me of a Makai Becton type, the kind of guy who maybe played tackle at NC State. You move him inside the guard, he'll just absolutely just maul people. Savion Williams, he's a guy who's a do-it-all thing, right? He's a jack of all trades. You can put him at quarterback, playing a little bit of wide receiver. Baron Searle, just someone who's just technically very sound. Doesn't have any distinguishing physical traits that value, but the Packers are having a very methodical type of draft. They've addressed some of the needs that they have, but there's no question that Matthew Golden holds the key. Because that is what Jordan Love needs. He needs someone who he can.
Alright, the Chargers select Branson Till, offensive tackle, Pittsburgh.
I thought coming into this draft, the Packers might prioritize early in the draft.
Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock now, and the pick is in.
And Jeff Hafley, if you followed his career prior to Green Bay, that's not what he wants to do. He wants to bring some pressure and play a lot of man coverage in the back end. They did sign Nate Hobbs in free agency from the Las Vegas Raiders, and maybe this draft so far is an indication that a couple, actually 3 defensive players added can help up front today. They feel as though if you can rush okay, you'll be all right in the back, and you can kind of offset it with pieces you might have in place, plus Nate Hobbs, as opposed to needing to get a bunch of coverage players to make the pass rush look a little bit better.
Well, I thought corner was the top need. When we prepared for this draft, I had corner, top need for the Green Bay Packers. Well, they're far nothing about Jeff Hafley's scheme, but how that's going to incorporate it with the philosophy of this front office, which we've seen change because they took a wide receiver in the first round. They're obviously evolving with how they think about team building, but they have checked boxes consistently. Offensive tackle, wide receiver, a couple of edge rushers. If you want to put Colin Oliver out on the edge.
Almost been live for 5 hours. Oh my God.
What they know, they have got to score points, and they've got to produce explosives, and they're just too banged up at wide receiver to be consistent right now.
They're approaching pick number 200 in this draft.
Jacksonville Jaguars select. Who is it? Who is it? Come on. Give it to us. Come on. It's gonna be a commercial. Come on, give us the selection. Rayon Lane the third, safety, Navy. Alright. The Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock. They have picks number 25 and 26. Picks number 201 and 202 for the Vikings. Here we go. The Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock. And the pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings. Let's see who they would pick. Come on. The Minnesota Vikings select. Who is it? Kobe King, linebacker, Penn State. Alright. And the Vikings are now on the clock again. At pick 202. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock at 202 again. Alright, the pick is in. Minnesota Vikings select Gavin Botham, tight end, Pittsburgh. Alright. So, the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. And the pick is in. Here we go. The Baltimore Ravens select. The Jonathan Wester, wide receiver, Colorado. Alright, so the Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock.
Transformational over transactional. They inspired us, and I've been able to meet a lot of special people over the last.
The Dallas Cowboys, my arch rivals, are on the clock. Here's Rams head coach Sean McVay talking.
And Sean, early on, you were supposed to be in the first round. You traded out. You now have double ones. I'm curious to know what it's like to go from having a motto of F them picks to collecting them the way that you have.
Right, the pick is in for the Cowboys.
But it was too good of a deal to be able to pass up. And really, we felt really good about being able to go back. Ferguson was a guy that we had targeted with one of those earlier picks. And obviously, the Falcons really wanted Pierce.
They got Pierce, and you guys got a guy you like too. Hunter, the running back out of Auburn. I know he was high on the board over there. Take us through the process of going and getting your guy today.
Yeah, it was good. You know, I think the way that this whole thing's unfolded, to be able to come away with Ferguson and Josiah Stewart, and then to be able to come back today and say,
Johnny Cornelius, offensive tackle, Oregon. Alright, another ultra rivals for us, the Washington Commanders, are now on the clock.
We had a Zoom with him last week, and he's a man, like his temperament, like the way that the game speaks to us when you watch his tape, and he's a stud, and really, we've been really excited about being able to add Ty Hamilton and Pooh Paul as well.
Sean, you mentioned Terrence Ferguson, and I heard you compare him to the first tight end you coached in the NFL, Chris Cooley, as well as Travis Kelce. What do you see in his game that makes you think that?
Yeah, and that's a huge compliment. Chris Cooley is one of the all-time greats. I learned so much from him, and then my first year as a tight end coach, that class was legendary with Travis coming out and a bunch of other great players. But just the body lean, the mannerisms, the good instincts and feel. I think he really comes to life best after the catch, which is one of the things that I love about Cooley, and obviously what's made Travis a first ballot Hall of Famer whenever he decides to finish up what's been an incredible career. So he's got a long way to go to live up to those comparisons, but that was how high of a regard we held him in. There was a collective buy-in, and I think it allows us to be able to do some things that will increase our versatility personnel-wise. And you know, you saw what a spark Tyler Higbee brought to our offense when he came back from injury, and Terrence is another guy that we've got a lot of confidence in, as well as with Colby and with Davis in that room.
You know, the wide receiver room might look a little different this year. Cooper Kupp is gone, but Devontae Adams is there. First look, give us a sneak peek.
Right, the pick is in for the Commanders.
Sean McVay offense.
We'll see. He's obviously been a great player. You know the respect that I have for him and what his body of work has been. I've really enjoyed just getting to know him better, understanding. Great family man, unbelievable passion for the game. When you talk football with this guy, it's
And
incredible.
the edge, cornerback, running
That
back.
he's pulling for, the way that he sees the game through the lens of a quarterback, similar to some of the things that were so special about Cooper. And he's got a really good golf game. So very passionate about those three things. But I love being around him, and he is a true stud, and he has already become a big fan in the locker room with all these guys that have a lot of respect and reverence for him as well.
They were about 2 months removed from when the whispers started coming out about a potential Matthew Stafford departure, and yet it seems like you guys might be better than ever right now. Where are we at with Stafford and that whole process, how it went down to them deciding, yeah, you know what, let's run this thing back?
Yeah, I think you're really grateful when you look back on it. And, you know, just speaking with both of you guys throughout that process, the end goal and the hope and anticipation was to have him come back. And sometimes to be able to go through those things, you can be closer. And I know, I really cherish the relationship that we've built, really my relationship and our relationship with each other's families. And I do believe that we're closer than ever. I think we're really excited about extending the partnership for hopefully years to come. I know we'll be able to have a couple years taken care of, and he decides that he wants to go off into the sunset after next year, however that goes, or if he wants to play a couple more years. I think he's feeling really good, and I couldn't be happier with the direction
There you
that
go.
we're headed as a team with him leading the way.
The Commanders
Sure,
slot.
last question. Can't let you go without asking about a Michigan man in the 3rd round, the 90th overall selection,
Come on.
Josiah Stewart, and what he might bring to your team.
Well, when you look at his tape, I mean, that was one of the cooler calls that I've ever had, in the 9 years that we've been doing this. But
Who is the Commanders going to slot?
great rush ability. He
Come
might
on.
measure small, but he plays big.
Let's go.
When he's taking on pulling guards or taking on tackles at the point of attack,
Kane,
picking up tight ends in the C area,
Madrano,
and then he can get to the quarterback.
linebacker, lose UCLA. So they went linebacker of UCLA. Right, the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock.
He's a Ram. He's one of us, and we're excited to bring him into the mix.
Been live for 5 hours.
But Whitworth has been posting these 5 a.m. videos of you in the gym, like deadlifting.
Been live for 5 hours.
You look different right now. You look a little bit jacked up. What do we got?
So the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. You can see who they would pick.
But it's been awesome hanging with the big fella, trying to stay in shape, more for the mentals. But I appreciate you recognizing the hard work we've been putting in, Peter.
So it's gonna be what, 2 more hours to go until I'm done.
There with the first responders, really cool.
Let's go.
Guys, and please wish everyone our best out there out west.
Thank you, Sean.
Almost there.
Appreciate you guys having me. Thanks, guys.
All right, Reese, back to you.
Guys, thank you very much.
So the Buffalo Bills pick is in.
As always, as promised, we told you
Let's see who they would pick. I think it's gonna be going into commercial.
Ramsey Taylor, the
Right?
tackle, going to the Chargers, and then at number 200,
So the Buffalo Bills select
taken in this draft. Rayon Lane from Navy going to Jacksonville, where there is a naval air
Chase
station there.
Lump,
Kobe King from Penn State going to the Vikings,
all
along with Gavin
defensive
Bartholomew,
tackle UConn.
Webster,
Okay.
wide receiver from Colorado to the Ravens, Johnny Cornelius.
So my rivals, the Eagles,
Nate Madrano
are
from
on
UCLA.
the clock.
So let's go back now and have a look at what Rayon Lane out of Navy converted.
Rayon Lane. Let's see the highlights of him.
Quarterback in a freshman high school. Sophomore year, just basketball and back to football. Under-recruited because of the COVID year. Obviously, he's been back Rayon Lane going to Navy.
Okay.
Outstanding year. What a career he had. This past season, 70 tackles. He has 71 back as a sophomore.
Pick is in for the Eagles.
7 interceptions, 8 career forced fumbles. Don't punch it out. He's got a knack for showing up big and key moments in the game, whether it's making a
Picked
tackle,
up.
intercepting a
Alright.
anticipating a route, and then breaking the thing to the interception. He gets his hands on a lot of balls. He knocks down the ball for fumbles. He just has the gift, the knack to be in the right place at the right time. Rayon Lane, talk about a kid, 5'11", 200-pounder, 37 vertical, ran 4.57. They played a lot faster. GPS as they go by, we're in the 4.48.
Maybe it'd be good with the
Rayon Lane, I think he'll be a gunner on special teams right away. He could be a future safety for the Jaguars. Kobe King, Lewis, to
maybe it'd be good.
Penn State.
Rayon Lane.
A nice philosophical match. What does Kobe King
And there we go to
best as an A and B depth?
the Jaguars.
What does Brian Flores like to do? He likes to bring some pressure. Now, definitely
So,
lots of zero blitzes.
let's see.
Things that puts maximum pressure on the
Let's see.
quarterback and make them make quick decisions. He's just he's an adequate athlete, I would say. I wouldn't say he has top level, top flight, movement
Alright.
skills in space, but his instincts make up for it. He's a very smart player, very instinctive player, understands pattern matching, understands pulling the quarterback, getting him jumped on the football. He runs with bad intentions in terms of trying to make hits, misses some tackles, but he's a good value here in the 6th round.
And the Vikings went back to back, and they took one of your
The
guys.
Philadelphia Eagles select
Yeah, if you're tight end, a player who can be in the wing, he can line up in line, and he's just got to get a little bit stronger. But we were walking up the practice with the Cedar Ball, and a scout grabbed me and said, hey, that big kid, he's going to be a steal. Keep an eye on him. So I'm excited to see how he continues.
See who they go with.
He's going to give you some versatility to line up in the slot. I think you can use him out in the backfield as well. Where's his home at? I think that's the biggest key.
Cameron Williams, offensive tackle, Texas.
And is a selfless type player that I do think will be a fit for this team.
Over 18 yards per catch a season ago
Oh.
for Gavin Bartholomew. Keep in mind the Vikings
So the Carolina Panthers are now on the clock.
in the NFL, and Johnny Mundt decided to deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars in free agency. Perhaps some reinforcements to fill that role in the form of Gavin Bartholomew. Donovan Jackson, you see there on your screen, he's got a guy.
The pick is in for the Panthers.
That guy's a home run hitter, and he is a guy who's going to help out J.J. McCarthy and add to what is already a very good wide receiver room. The rich get richer in that way. I'll tell you what, on Donovan Jackson, I know we're on the day 3. You know, this exercise that we are undertaking is incredibly unpredictable, not just in terms of how the players are going. We know it. A lot of players.
The Carolina Panthers are now on the clock. Let's see who they will choose.
How could you find a better blend of character and versatility, additional ability than Donovan Jackson? The guy was outstanding. The guy was referred to as many times Ohio State's MVP this past season.
At pick 206, we get backed up to speed, close to where we are in the draft. Chase Lutt from UConn played for Jim Mora there. 300-pound tackle going to Buffalo.
Fixture at right tackle. He helped UConn amass with 2,500, almost 2,600 rushing yards, second highest total in school history. Run blocker, love this kid. You get out and pull, and you get out on the perimeter, you get the job done on the second level. I love his finisher mentality. As a pass blocker, the footwork, technique is good. He's a little stronger in that weight room. Chase Lutt, though, has talent, good athletic ability. I think the best that's yet to come from Chase Lutt. He showed what he could do this year as both a run and pass blocker with a key guy at right tackle for UConn. Josh Allen.
Oh man, can't believe I've been live till 12 p.m.
That's the prototype
Oh my
development.
God.
He has the athletic ability, not even to build around that frame, but the movement skills, the understanding of how the position is supposed to be played, the footwork, the angles, it's all there. Just got to fill out that big frame. They may have really hit on something there in the 6th round.
That's the idea, isn't it? Do what you can do. If you can find the guys, the project,
The Panthers pick is in. We're just waiting for the selection.
Chase Lutt.
Let's see who they will select.
The 6th round, one more round to go after. We'll keep you up to date. Schedule release. I'm sure you know, coming on ESPN continues from Green Bay on day 3.
There you go. Commercial break for Jimmy Horn Jr., wide receiver, Colorado. Alright. So once commercial break is over, I will put the sound back on. So my rivals, the Philadelphia Eagles, are now on the clock. Once my team is ready to pick, I will do a short video while I am live. The Eagles are now on the clock and the pick is in. Antoine Powell Ryland, edge out Virginia Tech to the Philadelphia Eagles. Alright, so now the Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock. I gotta send people right back on. Alright, the pick is in. The Arenas Pebbles. Defensive tackle, Virginia Tech.
Third overall player on the board, stole in the second round, but it worked out good. Boomer Esiason saved me.
You know, it sort of feels as if the draft started.
So the Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock.
Draft, I guess back in the day, they
The Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock.
Cigars and bags. I'll take him, you take him. Let's see if we can talk him into playing football. Our research staff, unbelievable, led by Evan Kaplan. Evan, what do we got on the draft history here?
Yeah, Reese, let's keep the history theme going in the shadow of Lambeau Field here. And this is the 90th NFL Draft, also known as the annual selection meeting. We're talking about 1,000.
This is a long draft. But I'm willing to do it.
15 different host seeded, including 10 in each of the last 10 years, and 35 different franchises have made a selection. That includes the defunct Brooklyn Dodgers, the defunct Boston Yanks. And what about the first ever NFL draft? We go back to February of 1936. Guys, there were 9 rounds, there were 9 teams, 81 selections. The first ever draft pick, the first Heisman Trophy winner, Jay Berwanger. He never played in the NFL. He decided to become a foam rubber salesman instead. And Mel always talks about the AOGs, right? Another occupation guy. Only 24 of the 81 original NFL draft picks actually played in the league, guys.
Well, because the pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals.
6 straight years coming in this draft, the Wisconsin Badgers been drafted in the state of Wisconsin. It's been in Wisconsin before over the years. That streak started the first year you put out the draft report. How about that? I gotta keep the Badgers going here. And Lou's always has something to say about it.
Hey, look, Mel, you know what I'm saying. I give you nothing but credit, and we're going to give you a lot of credit later.
We got a long way to go in this
Hey,
draft now.
you had a vision. You truly are an entrepreneur in this business.
How many draft picks in the 6th round of the Ravens had?
4, right?
4? You said another one, they got another one coming, so it's pretty amazing. This is going, remember the 4th round picks from a few years ago?
They need a wide receiver, guard, or a cornerback. See what they would choose.
Derek DeCosta is like a kid in the candy store. You got extra picks in the 4th round and the 2nd round. Well, let's get up to date on some of those picks. See some of these guys who've been picked. We'll go through some of them, including one of the offensive tackles, a bookend tackle from Kelvin Banks in Texas, Cameron Williams up front. He struggled at times this year, but he goes to the Eagles.
He runs hot and cold, Reed. That much is for sure. This guy is a physical specimen of nearly 6'6" and 320 pounds. King Williams is his very best. This is the kind of guy that's going to stick around for a long time in the NFL. And he catch him on a bad day. You're thinking to yourself,
Alright, the Arizona Cardinals select. Who is it? Hayden Connell, guard, Texas. They went guard. They went guard. Alright.
See if we can get him turned around. Remember our great friend Bobby Bowden, the late Bobby Bowden, said that his tombstone someday would say, but he had to play Miami. I'm afraid that for Cameron Williams, that the college edition would say, but he had to play Georgia. But you can see those guys are practice. They all play for Philly. He's going to get to practice against them every week. A lot of talent. See how it goes. And then after that, another one, you've got Antoine Powell-Lyle at the edge from Virginia Tech as well. Pick 208.
Oh, so now the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock, waiting for their selection.
Diminutive, shifty wide receiver.
Well, I'll tell you what, General Manager Dan Morgan is doing some work. He drafts Ted McMillan in the 1st round. Now he gets Jimmy Horn Jr. here in the 6th. Jimmy Horn is lightning. Lightning in a bottle. A small little bottle at 5'8", 174 pounds. But his 4.4 speed, you see it all on the field. He works almost primarily out of the slot. But man, when he gets the ball in his hands, when Shedeur got the ball to him, he could go. If he's one-on-one versus a safety, you're playing some kind of quarters coverage or zero coverage, he has no shot. This guy is just too quick. He's too fast. He's too shifty. I saw him out there at his pro day make a catch on a 7 route, a pylon route in the corner of the end zone. He dove for it, no pads on, made the catch, jumped right up, flipped the ball back to Shedeur and said, throw me another one. Between him, Ted McMillan, and last year's #1 Xavier Legette, Bryce Young has some weapons to work with now. It's real good value. I know I keep saying this, but there's some good players down here at the bottom of this draft.
You saw the Eagles wrap up a moment ago. You see Panthers celebrating getting Jimmy Horn Jr. on that wrap-up, the last pick on there that we referenced briefly was Antoine Powell-Ryland, the edge rusher from Virginia Tech. And he goes to Philadelphia, too.
You know, Philadelphia, it's just kind of, you just sit there and scratch your head going, if they get all the pass rushers, they get all the people who can get beat on the pass, but this guy has
Alright, the pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens.
he played in his career, 14 just this past year, 25 hurries, 2 forced fumbles. He's all about the pass rush, whether it's from the 2-point or
They need edge, cornerback, guard, or kicker for the Ravens. See who they go with.
Nice hands on the high side. He's able to slap offensive tackles hands down and then get his feet flat down the line of scrimmage. You see how his feet go parallel to the line of scrimmage and then just finish on the quarterback with sacks, strip sacks, causing fumbles and turnovers. He's got heavy hands in the run game. He can set the edge. He's not a liability in the run game. And considering how they like to stockpile edge run teams in Philadelphia, he just adds to that group.
The Ravens picked after that, and they took Powell-Ryland's Virginia Tech teammate. The Eagles celebrating that pick, and after Powell-Ryland went as a Hokie, Aeneas Peebles, defensive tackle, who was named after Hall of Famer Aeneas Williams. His dad played defensive tackle at Appalachian State and the Arena League. He started his career with Duke.
That's right, 4 seasons for that Duke defensive line. They ended up producing quite a few pros here. We finished up at Virginia Tech. Now, this guy's 6 foot, almost 6 foot flat, 6 foot and a half, 289 pounds. He's not going to blow you away with his stature. What I like about Peebles as a rusher is he creates chaos. I'm kind of coming at you from a variety of angles. And watch this spin move sack on Cam Moore. That's the thing of beauty against the #1 overall pick. The spin move, the quickness, the close, the finish. You're going to have to push and pull on every prospect. The push is this guy can get some punch up the middle. The pull is I don't want this guy taking on 325-pound guards when it's 3rd and 1.
There you go, the Ravens select. Who is it? Robert Long Grumman, cornerback of Rutgers. Alright. So now the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. Where they pick. The pick is in for the Raiders.
Sometimes my life can be a little crazy.
What?
That's why when you find stability, you gotta grab it.
Commercial break. Alright, the Raiders have made the selection. See what it is. Tommy Mallett, wide receiver, Montana State. Alright. Be right back, guys. Hold on. Georgia select RJ Mickens, safety, Clemson. Alright. We are going to be done with the 6th round. 2 more picks. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock.
Virginia Tech gets a natural playmaker. The recovery speed, the ball skill, competitive, like his physical attributes overall, in terms of speed and the ability to make up for his lack of size with a rugged. He plays like he's 200 pounds. Yeah. He will throw the body around, Lou.
Yeah, the only thing is, it doesn't always have a lot of punch behind it. This is like 175, maybe when he's got his pads on, 180 or something. But you're right. The catch-up speed, the explosiveness, playing press man, playing off-man zone, sequencing in cover 2. He does all that stuff, all the good stuff. It's just the size at the catch point against big receivers. And then when he's sitting there on the edge and there's a lot, and somebody's pulling on him, or one of those big backs are coming out there, he's going to try. You just wonder how much he's going to get exposed in that way. Nice selection in the 6th round again.
And right after Longerbeat went, Las
Las Vegas Raiders took Tommy Mellott. Now, Mellott was a quarterback at Montana State. He won the Walter Payton Award, which goes to Football Championship Subdivision, which is the level just below the FBS, the highest division of college football. The outstanding offensive player there, finished his Bobcat career second in quarterback wins and 43 rushing touchdowns, 3,500 rushing yards. So they drafted him as a receiver, so there's an opportunity for him.
He was running great. Talking about pro days and all the pre-testing, he was in the 4.3s. He's an athlete. And you think about Julian Edelman, Kent State quarterback. They were thinking maybe they could do
Just
the same
waiting
with
for the
Trevor Lawrence.
Raiders
Maybe
to
we'll
make
get
their
that wide
selection.
receiver position.
The pick is in, so there we go. The Las Vegas Raiders select. Who is it? Cam Miller, quarterback, North Dakota State. Alright, the last pick of the 6th round is coming up. The Denver Broncos are now on the clock. I'm gonna probably get my haircut done tomorrow.
Chargers have done in this draft. How would you assess what they've done up to this point?
All right.
Yeah, but I think they needed to get some wide receivers, obviously.
Still waiting for the Denver Broncos to pick. Are they gonna pick or are they gonna trade again?
They found those guys. Amari and Hampton, he's a stud. I said he's Joe Mixon in a North Carolina uniform when I watched him last year. That's not bad work at all by management out there in LA.
Las Vegas Raiders are digging into the FCS stars. We just told you a second ago about taking Tommy Mellott from Montana State, and now they take Cam Miller, the quarterback from the Bison of North Dakota State, and you know what a juggernaut program they've been, perennial national champions at this level.
Come on, make your pick, Denver. Let's go.
Guys who come out of North Dakota State, and Cam Miller ranks right up there with the best of them.
And he was right behind Tommy Mellott, the Walter Payton Award voting, by the way. This is my secret quarterback throughout the process. This kid does not have elite size. He's only 6'1", 212 pounds. He's a baller. What stands out as a thrower is the accuracy. Second in the FBS in completion percentage. He's incredibly productive. Won a ton of football games. Extremely tough. A physical and gifted runner as well. This feels like an appropriate time, by the way, to give a shout out to area scouts.
Alright, the pick is in. The pick is in for the Denver Broncos. They need a running back and wide receiver. Who will they pick? We will find out. We will find out. And then we're going to be going to the 7th round, the last round of the 2025 NFL Draft.
J.J. Pegues, I think, played a little quarterback in high school. A large quarterback, very wildcat quarterback sometimes in college.
2 rushing attempts for J.J. Pegues last season.
Hey, why couldn't he be Patrick Ricard? You know, that type of player in the NFL who was the defensive lineman at Maine and was a heck of a job pro bowler with the Ravens.
The Raiders are celebrating that, and now
showing the Raiders draft group.
What's up, Green Bay?
There you go. Broncos selection right now.
This is
such an honor, dream come true, honestly. Like, this is crazy. When they told me I get to announce a pick for the NFL draft, I literally ran all over Green Bay. I felt exactly like Terrell Davis.
Okay.
Crazy! You guys are so nice! You're so nice! Your hospitality is top tier! You literally made me feel like our own team beat yours in a Super Bowl or something. So nice! And how about that helicopter flyover in round 1? I have not seen a better helicopter formation since John Elway! Oh, you're so nice. I love Wisconsin. So, with the 216th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jeremy Crawshaw, punter, Florida.
Jeremy Crawshaw, punter, Florida. Okay.
I don't really know what this means. Comedy's hard.
So round 7, here we come.
Australian sensation Reese, and he can boom it now with the rarefied air. I don't know what his average is going to be. It was 46 yards a puck this year at Florida, 49 yards per puck in 2023, 48 in 2022.
On the clock is the Dallas Cowboys.
25 inside the 20, only 4 touchbacks. That's impressive.
Alright guys, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Rugby, so he's going to be dangerous on the fake punch. He can roll, he can run. So hey, that's going to be opportunities for Jeremy Crawshaw to keep drives alive for Sean Payton and for Bo Nix. They can steal a drive with this kid because he's an athlete. So hey, whenever it's punt formation, you better be on alert.
You've got a couple of athlete specialists. Luke,
Tyler Luke and Crawshaw.
Hey Mel, I'll ask you a little trivia question. Who do you think back in 1995 caught a fake punt for a first down and turned it upfield looking like Jerry Rice, baby?
That be one move, and then I got blasted and got out of bounds.
we moved the chains?
Yeah, we moved the chains. We were looking for the sidelines, though.
6 rounds in the books, and we'll start with the 7th and final round of this NFL draft. The Cowboys will make the first pick of the 7th round. 10U NFL draft, day 3 through Green Bay.
This baby hits 88 miles per hour. You're gonna see some serious. Guess who's back? Check me out.
The best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Still the beats bang, still doing my thing. Since I left, ain't too much change. And even when I was close to defeat, I rose to my feet.
Alright guys, commercial break. Just in time. And I got back. Alright. Cowboys select Jay Toya, defensive tackle, UCLA. And now the Atlanta Falcons on the clock. Falcons are now on the clock. There he goes. Jack Nelson, offensive tackle, Wisconsin. Alright guys, wait for the Giants to pick. The pick is in. Alright guys, the pick is in for the New York Giants. Here we go. Let's see who they would pick. Alright, the pick is in. The New York Giants select. Who do they select?
Talk about an instant impact run defender. That would be Goya right here. This man over the past couple of seasons has totally reshaped the front seven. What did that UCLA
Thomas Fidone II. Tight end, Nebraska. Let's go. Let's go. Pick another tight end. Let's go. Alright. Here we go. Alright guys. And I'm also live on YouTube. So come hang out. And yeah. Until next time, see you all in the next video, and please like and subscribe. Yeah, see you all in the next video.
Here we go. We keep counting defensive tackles now. Let's see who they're taking this time for most of the 7th-round draft era. Jack Nelson, offensive lineman from Wisconsin, on to Atlanta. Wisconsin produces offensive linemen at a very high rate for the National Football League. Jack Nelson played a lot of.
Right, so the New England Patriots are now on the clock, and the pick is in for the New England Patriots.
He played for 4 different offensive line coaches at Wisconsin, yet he was steady, he was consistent, and he was reliable. The pass blocker technique, footwork, all field was protecting the edge. But I think right tackle is going to be his spot at the pro level. You scouted this Todd, his dad Todd, didn't you? I got it. 89, yeah. Arizona Cardinals draft. Troy Aikman draft.
Looking at anything past this guy. Yeah, absolutely not. I don't think he's played right guard and left tackle, so you're going to get that versatility. He has that. Respect both sides. We talk so much about how hard it is for guys to switch sides. So I love it late in the draft when you're going to get value the versatility of somebody that, hey, if we need you to go back and play right guard like you did as a freshman. I think that's what you're looking for this late in the draft, especially for a team that's going defense. I mean, all edge, all.
I think my computer froze.
Depth on the offensive line.
So, you know, the Falcons have had pass rush problems for years. they addressed it. What did you think of the moves, the giving up the draft capital,
There we go.
edge rushers? I mean, I don't know what else you could possibly do.
Yeah.
Shore up a pass rush if that's your primary goal.
But Jalen Walker, he's a chess piece. So Raheem
I think my camera froze, so
They're going to figure out how to best deploy him, right?
we're back
He's not
on.
really a
So
traditional on-the-line pass rusher because he doesn't have that kind of length. And he's not really a stack backer either. He's kind of a jack of all trades. So what he is, he's just going to be a trained assassin. Just don't get the quarterback. James Pierce is the one. That's the one that can really change the fortunes of everything they're doing.
I don't think
down
it's.
there. They paid a king's ransom to move up in order to get him. Now he has to reward.
It hasn't made it this far yet, so I have to wake it up.
Being there and being someone who can really realize all that potential. Because I'll tell you what, Reese, he reminds me of James Pierce. He looks like that. Long arms, big lower body, absolute just lightning quick get off. And when he wants to whip an offensive tackle, it's over. There's nothing you can do about it. They get two safeties. They get Xavier Watts. They get Billy Bowman. Two guys who are ball hawks. Yep. Who in the back end, you figure if they can get some pass routes, get the quarterback to get the ball out quick, those guys are going to hawk it down, and they're going to turn it over for Michael Penix to get it. So theoretically, it makes sense what they're trying to do. It sounds great. We're sitting here talking about it.
Just waiting for the
now let's see if it.
Patriots to pick.
The guy's practically right. Pierce there for what they gave up. Is either going to make
So I think Giants
This is it. This is that
may be picking again.
edge rusher that they need. So
All right.
it'll be Michael Penix Jr.'s team. But to give up what they did for Pierce.
Yeah, pick number 30, 246.
He's second round. So
All right.
James Pierce Jr. hits and becomes a double-digit sack guy. Great move. If he does it, like I say, make your draft, break your heart.
So the Patriots select
Michael Penix Jr. No one saw that coming. And now this year to give up a future first for a pass rusher, but they've had some question marks away from the field and some question marks on the gridiron. He needs to add strength to his game. So Atlanta has been aggressive. Which is
Come on, the Patriots going to select.
We're going to go all in. We're going to get our guys.
Let's see.
If Penix and Pierce don't work,
Marcus Bryant,
the front office is in trouble.
Now wait a minute. Don't sell
offensive tackle,
You told me on the podcast
Missouri.
that you got a little tips. Hey, don't be surprised about Michael Penix Jr.
But I chickened out and didn't put it in my
All right, the Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock.
Hedge a little bit. Yeah. Giants picked.
And the pick is in for the Jaguars.
They went to Nebraska, got the tight end Thomas Fedoni the second.
But I like guys who are late round draft picks who play like their life is dependent upon every single snap, them getting the most out of what they have athletically. And this is a guy who really does play that way. At 6'5", 243, he's not the biggest dude in the world, but he's going to give you all he's got as far as a blocker on the line of scrimmage. He's going to try and stick and stay and really get after it. What he really does well, though, is he competes in the passing game. He's got good release.
Here we go, the Jacksonville Jaguars select.
Good hands. He's going to lights, and these are designed to really shine a good light on the
Jonah Manon. I don't know. He's a center. SC. All right.
Earlier in our coverage today, no shame, the GM of the Giants was against Peter Schrager and Adam Schefter. And now
So the Las Vegas Raiders are now on the clock.
this pick for the Giants.
Yeah, guys, back at the combine, I sat with Matt Rule, the head coach of Nebraska. I said, lay out everybody. He goes, let me tell you about Fedoni. I'm like, Fedoni? Okay, go ahead. Tore his ACL as a freshman after being the #1 high school
I'll be right back,
tight
guys.
end
Hold on.
in the country, ahead of Brock Bowers. Gets back, and then during the spring game,
The
tears
pick is
the
in
ACL
for the
again.
Raiders. Hold on.
2 torn ACLs.
Let's see if they would pick.
Matt Rule
Then
said,
I
look,
will
you got years left.
be
If
back.
you want to, talk, he goes, Coach, I'll do whatever you think
Come
you
on.
advise. Rule said, go pro, you're ready. Says he's one of his favorite players ever, a warrior
Yep.
mentality, and he is just scratching the surface. Thomas Fedoni gets drafted after having 2 torn
The
ACLs.
Las Vegas Raiders select
Peter, really good stuff there. But they're probably
Cody
some
Lindenberg,
resumes. Now, wait a minute,
linebacker,
we have this
Minnesota.
whole thing now. We're going to collect a little money. See if we
All
can-
right, the Seahawks are now on the clock. All right, guys, I'll be right back before the pick.
Jim ponied up more room. Might have been able to keep Fedoni around. Jonah Monheim out of USC going to the Jaguars.
I wonder where he ends up. That's my big question with Jonah Monheim, who protected for Caleb Williams. This is blindside protector he got. You just saw the various spots that he aligned for USC during his career there. He also played center this most recent season. That probably is where I think this guy ends up, because the reality is the lack of body armor interior rushers. That being said, all this positional versatility, you can imagine an offensive line coach in round 7 of the NFL draft saying, hey, I know we got some things we've got to clean up. That being said, something to work with.
No, absolutely is. And I had an offensive line coach tell me once, you don't draft backup centers, you draft backup interior offensive linemen. That's what Monheim can be because of that 4-year starting experience. There's not a lot of sand here in the lower body. He's going to get stronger. But the foot quickness is his calling card. That's
Alright, the Seahawks, Seattle Seahawks select. Who is it?
the leverage that he has. Those are the tools that he can rely on as he tries to build out an NFL career with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jaguars made the aggressive trade on the opening night, came up with what in my judgment is 2 first-round picks because Travis Hunter, he just played corner, he'd be a first-round. Absolutely. He just played wide receiver, he'd be a first-rounder. They can play both ways.
Come on.
They got 2 picks.
Show that pick.
They've done in the later part of the draft with Monheim, perhaps giving a little extra protection to Trevor Lawrence.
I don't know why they do this. Take a long time to put up the name. Damian Martinez, running back out of Miami. Alright, the Houston Texans are now on the clock.
It's about key and diagnose with this guy too. Very rarely does he miss a gap in terms of his run fits. We talked about linebacker.
Less than 30 picks away till I make another short video.
Nice pacing as far as matching the run. Jack Ward's going to hit the line of scrimmage. He's a good tackler. He's a good zone drop guy. He matched some patterns in his man coverage responsibilities. Just a good, solid football player. Nothing spectacular, but just a good, solid football player that will make a team, play special teams, probably be active on game day because of it.
The Raiders most recent
Alright, the Texans pick is in. The Houston Texans select Deontay Hamilton, defensive tackle, Rutgers. And now the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. Alright. Commercial break. Man, I can't believe the draft is almost over. The draft is almost over. We went live from Thursday to Friday and today. Probably should have streamed all of it last night, but oh well. Just wanted to wake up in the morning to go to breakfast, so. So the Cardinals pick is in. Let's see who they would draft. The wide receiver, guard, and the cornerback. See who they may go with. There you go. Arizona select. Who is it? Come on. Let's go. Here we go. Kenton Crawford, safety of Nevada. Alright, the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock now.
Going back to the Pacific Northwest with the Seahawks.
David Martinez, he had a heck of a season. It really kind of clicked for him in the middle of the season down there in Miami after he obviously transferred from Oregon State. It was right around the Florida State game, right around week 9, where you really saw it take off. He got into really good shape. You saw him be able to do that. Execute gut cuts behind the line of scrimmage, make the linebacker just to the second level, and he's a guy who can finish with authority. This is the game I'm talking about. This push in the pile, that strong lower body, never going down, and then he ran 4.58 in the 40-yard dash at about 217, 220 pounds. And you see there, when he runs with authority, he gets a touchdown, it's over. What a great pick. In the 7th round, you're stealing this guy. What about stealing?
David Martinez headed to the Seahawks. Texans made the pick after that. They went defensive tackle. There's more defensive tackles taken than any other position in this draft. Deontay Hamilton from Rutgers going to Houston. Deontay Hamilton, someone who actually wrestled at Rutgers as well, was a 3-year starter for them, 31 games this past year. He really saw his stock go uphill. 4 sacks this past season, 27 pressures. You see the wrestling background in his build because he is 6'3", 305 pounds, but he plays with great leverage. He understands how to use that add height to push and pull offensive linemen. He can shoot to the background, and it's the hand strength to control those guys when he gets a hold of them. Really, really impressive. He's strong. I think he's explosive enough to give you some pass rush ability and incredibly durable experience coming out of Rutgers. So, again, an ascending player. I think his best football is still ahead of him. You know what? Think about this. Big Ten had a record draft, too. 17 of the 18 Big Ten teams have had someone taken into the draft. Keaton Crawford, safety from Nevada, going to Arizona. Yeah, another player that I really like, 5'10", almost 5'11", 202 pounds, 4.41 in the 40-yard dash. He's a playmaker. That's one of my favorite things about him on the back end. We saw it last year. 2 interceptions. This guy was at Texas, transferred to Nevada. He can force fumbles. I don't know loves that, but also passes defense. He lives near the football, and he will absolutely come downhill and make big hits in the run game. And he's going to help.
Who are the Steelers company?
Play big time on special teams. You have no question about it. Keaton Crawford's going to be right away. Well, I don't have to in the special teams with the Arizona Cardinals. That's what his forte is. That's where he's going to play in the NFL right away. But he's developed into a safety fine. But initially, even as a rookie right away, Lou, that's going to be his calling card. Steelers are on the clock. Special pick for the Pat Tillman Foundation.
Here we go.
Thank you. It's an incredible honor to be here in my home state representing the Pat Tillman Foundation and all the Tillman scholars who continue to carry forward Pat's legacy. And now, with the 226th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Carson Bruner, linebacker, Washington.
I think the Steelers ought to have really
Right, Carson Bruno, linebacker out of Washington. Okay.
Tackling machine out of UW is now a Steeler. Yeah, incredibly productive. Got a chance to see him in person at the East West Shrine Bowl. Starting closely just this past year because of some injuries in his past. This will make the next pick a little bit quicker pace on these picks as you look at what the Steelers have done in this draft, including getting Will Howard, quarterback from Ohio State. We'll continue on coverage of the final day and final round of the NFL draft right after this.
Commercial break. Select who is it? Curtis Walk, quarterback, Indiana. Alright, been live for 6 hours. We've been live for 6 hours. Did the Chiefs make? I think the Chiefs made this selection, right? Yeah, so the Chiefs select Brashard Smith, running back, SMU. So now the Steelers are on the clock.
It's available. Presented by Courtyard by Marriott. And we see a couple of interesting guys. Tez Johnson.
The Steelers select.
Tez Johnson, but I'll tell you what.
Who does the Steelers select?
I know, Lou, you're surprised he's still there with his ability. And look at Quinn Ewers, who Jake
Dante Kent,
quarterback at Texas, still on the board.
cornerback, Central Michigan.
Doesn't he have that ability to hit those tight windows? There were
Right.
receivers, let's face it, he had good receivers to throw to. He had Gunnar Helm at tight end. He had skill talent all over the place. So for Quinn Ewers, are you a product of the talent?
So the Lions are now on the clock.
Or can you transition to the NFL, Lou? What's your take on Quinn Ewers?
You know, I just look personally. I just didn't see it. I just didn't see it. And I'm not someone who gets too caught up in horsepower in someone's arm. Right? I think it's about passing the football, not throwing the football. But it just never.
Pick is in for the Detroit Lions.
The play style just seems so lethargic, and it just seems so like in the NFL that they would eat him up. If it wasn't wasn't open for him immediately. It reminded me a little bit of it was like little Chad Pennington-esque. But Chad was a very effective quarterback. Quinn just didn't do it for me. I just don't know what the projection really looks like for him. I don't ever see him being a starter in the NFL, quite honestly. And I'm not surprised to see him sitting here still without a team.
He was tough to evaluate too.
Yeah.
He was never healthy.
Yeah.
So you would see games. There was Georgia Michigan game where you would say, "Oh my gosh, okay, that was the guy that was the #1 quarterback in his high school recruiting class." There were throws against Alabama the year before that where you would say,
Yeah, line select.
But then you would get hurt.
See the
But then you
line
would have games
select.
like the Oklahoma game where he would throw a game away with a bad decision. So I mean, Quinn Ewers is a Texas legend for getting him back to the college football, top tier. Back-to-back college football semifinal performances, but I do think the injuries in each season held him back from ever being what he could have been.
And you wonder if the injuries, Mel, were the reason sometimes you didn't see him rip those throws, because some of them were core oblique type injuries at times. So that point, Reese and Matt, when you watched them against Tuscaloosa, against Alabama 2 years ago,
So the pick.
Nick Saban's defense had no answer.
Line select, Dan Jackson. Safety, Georgia.
Future early round prospect. And the year before, also against Alabama, before Dallas Turner knocked him out of the game, he was spinning beating that day too.
Right.
So the Miami Dolphins are now on the clock.
They want to call it a fall, or the reality here for Quinn Ewers at the collegiate level. We've all talked about this deep quarterback class for 2026. I'm trying to close the books on 2025 before I think too much about it, but these quarterbacks who might be on the fringes of where am I going to make it into the NFL draft? There's so much opportunity via the transfer portal, so much money via NIL that these players may end up taking that extra final year before they enter the NFL.
And I respect that he said, I don't want to transfer. I've done that once. He's a Texas kid. He wanted to be remembered as a Texas quarterback instead of going to Notre Dame or going to Miami and taking the money, which he did once. He went from high school to Ohio State in order to take the payout, where Texas wasn't allowing high school quarterbacks and players to get paid. So I do respect that decision of saying, this is where I'm from, this is where I wanted to be. I want to go out as a legend from that school instead of a Notre Dame player for once.
The other thing too, I think you ought to give him some credit because he changed his body. For a while it was the dyed mullet. There were a lot of things circulating around. In his last couple of years at Texas, he kind of changed the way he approached the way he went about his business.
And you know what? It looks, sometimes it sounds like you're being disrespectful.
Right, the pick is in for the Dolphins.
And you're not really. You're just trying to objectively be honest about it. And look, the draft speaks for itself, right?
We will see who they will select.
Exercise, and the NFL is valuing in the way, in terms of them saying the same thing. We just don't see it right now. That's what we're not seeing. Hopefully, he can find a place to lock on.
Let's go down to the stage now, and the Miami Dolphins making a selection.
Here we go. Here we go.
I want to give a special shout out to Forgive Code, Verizon, and the NFL. Welcome to the wonderful home of Green Bay, right? I just want to hear one quick chant. Go, Pack, go! Go, Pack, go!
And you're making a Dolphin selection? Come on.
All right, here we go. With the 231st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Quinn Ewers, QB, Texas. Yeah!
Quinn Ewers.
Sometimes serendipity works
Going
out
to the
without
Miami
discussion.
Dolphins.
One Dolphins fan not thrilled about it, but maybe, look, get another army there. No, they brought Zach Wilson in also.
Okay. All right. They got a QB. So the Indianapolis Colts are now on the clock. Be right back. Hold on. Hopefully I'll be back before Colts make this
To
selection.
the end zone, a chance to go to the national championship game after the 23 season against Washington. Ended up losing that game by points. So for all of the, he's maligned at times. A lot of accomplishments too for him.
He really did. You got to give him credit for being just tough and again gutting it out when he was not 100%. He had some good games this year. Go back to the early season game against Michigan, at Michigan at the Big House. Completed 67% of his passes, 3 touchdowns, no picks. SEC championship game in his 3 playoff games thereafter, 7 touchdowns and 5 picks. So some inconsistency there and big spots. He has the touch. He can throw on the move, off platform. Toughness this season, as I said, to play through injury. Decision making under pressure at times a little questionable. And like I said, I want to see him throw that 99-mile-an-hour fastball once in a while. We didn't see it. We saw the touch. We saw some accuracy on those throws. I saw that Alabama game where he wowed me over it. I didn't see him build on that. The injuries play a factor? Maybe. Here he is rolling up against his body. Throws a touchdown pass. He had Gunnar Helm. He had Matthew Gold. So can he be a backup in the NFL? Yeah. Is he starting material? That's the debate.
No, but in Miami they need a backup because Tua is often injured. And Quinn Ewers has proven he can be a point guard. This isn't actually a very, very good fit for him because what he's able to do is stand in the pocket, play on time, and play in rhythm, and that's exactly what Mike McDaniel
Alright, guys, the Colts pick is in. There we go. Indianapolis Colts select Otto Wall. Safety, Wisconsin. Okay.
getting the coaching, getting the development so that he can make that happen consistently. I know he's not happy right now, but the dust is going to settle and he's going to be, you know what, Miami is a really good landing spot for him.
Hey, you know what? Look, they ought to celebrate this. I understand the #1 player coming out of high school, played at Texas, you expect to go top of the draft. This guy's got some game here. If he can get healthy and play, there's an opportunity, man. I hope he takes advantage of it. Very similar in a lot of ways. I know it wasn't as publicized. But it's like Shadur Sanders. Yes. I mean, stuff happens. Now you deal with it. Take advantage of this opportunity. He's got talent. He's a talented guy.
Well, it could be a chip too, Reese. It could definitely be a chip. Take it and make him pay.
Absolutely. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. We got past the Brady pick and the whole thing. I mean, they did a whole documentary about that. Yeah. You know, the Brady case. So there we go. So congratulations to Quinn Ewers. Glad to see that. Headed to Miami. Trying to make that squad. Mike McDaniel, that creative offense. Ewers might fit in nicely. Backing up to a Tagovailoa as he starts his NFL career. We'll get you caught up on all of the picks here in the final round of the NFL draft from Green Bay. Get a look at Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers is off the Dolphins.
The Chicago Bears are on the clock now, and the pick is in. So, the Chicago Bears select, who is it? Come on. Guy, running back, Rookus. Okay. So now the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. And this is the Seattle Seahawks select Mason Richmond, offensive tackle, Iowa. Buccaneers are on the clock and the pick is in. The pick is in for the Buccaneers.
Pick number 235 in this draft for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Packer fans, thank you for your warmth and hospitality in Pringle this week. Also, thank you for letting us beat you in the 2020 NFC Divisional Championship. With the 235th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the reigning NFC South Division champions for the fourth straight year, the mighty Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Tez Johnson, wide receiver, Oregon.
Tez Johnson, wide receiver, Oregon.
So Tez Johnson, the Oregon wide receiver, who started his career at Troy, undersized guy, really dangerous in the Oregon screen game, I should say, and had a special connection with his former Oregon quarterback, Bo Nix, that extended well beyond anything that happened on the football field.
Bo Nix is my brother, and I was adopted by the Nix family on the 23rd of April in 2018. He was my high school teammate, and the head coach was Patrick Nix, which is my dad now. Me and my bio mom called a parent-teacher conference meeting, and he was in the meeting, and he asked, what if I come home with them for 2 or 3 days, let things die down at home, and literally, I never left. I got a bio family, and I have the Nix family, so I got one big happy family. Bo was drafted to the Denver Broncos last year, and I was like, oh wow, this is really happening for him. And the emotion that went through my body, the whole entire family, how enjoying the sight of a guy reaching his goals.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock.
Right when it was over, our Oregon media was there. I remember telling them, like,
by the time next year I'll be in the same.
When you see a guy reach his goals and you've been pulling for him your whole life, it's like a feeling you can't really explain. I'm living out that dream right now.
And the feeling's mutual, as Tez Johnson said, next year to be my time, and it is. And there he is in his hometown of Dadeville, Alabama. Tez Johnson going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers after standout couple of
There you go. The Jaguars slot.
154 pounds at the combine. Probably didn't run his best either, but
Quan Allen, running back, Syracuse. Right.
The big question is going to be, though, at 154 pounds, as you just mentioned, Reese, is this going to be a guy who's best served as sort of a gadget player? He's going to have to scheme a handful of plays open for per game. But when I see that right there, I don't think to myself, that's 4.54 speed, man. This guy is a whole lot faster than the stopwatch can tell you.
Yeah, I didn't understand the 4.1 at the combine, and then he didn't run at his pro day, so he didn't take that opportunity to prove it wrong, and that's why I think he's here on round 7. If you go to the pro day and run a 4.4, okay, we'll be talking
Green
about
Bay Packers are now on the clock.
on the film grade. I thought he was a round 3 type player because he is explosive. He does that have that up to his bird, and he's tough. We see him in the spring game. We see him as a pump returner. He's willing to go out there and do all the dirty work you need as a wide receiver.
Yeah, one of the notes that I took down in scouting Tez Johnson was because of the body armor, he has a little bit of that Tyler Lockett mentality in him where he knows I'm not the biggest guy. It's going to be hard for me to withstand contact. Getting down to the ground and preserving myself isn't a bad thing. Lockett has been brilliant for that throughout his career, which will now continue in Tennessee, by the way. Tez Johnson will follow that same model.
Tez Johnson from Oregon, and the celebration continues as he waited for a while, but now Mike Bo Nix.
Pick is in for the Green Bay Packers.
His goals in the NFL going with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And Buccaneers celebrating this pick. Jaguars picking right after the Buccaneers finish, pick number 236 overall. and they go running back again. Remember, the Jaguars already taken facial two.
The Green Bay Packers select.
And now look, Clint Allen.
Who is it?
For Fran Brown at Syracuse. Tell you what, Liam Cohen's going to like this kid. You got Sean Tucker came out of Syracuse. Look, Quinn Allen out of Syracuse finished his career as the school's all-time leader in receptions by a running back with 119. 64 of those came this past season, where he really put it all together. He became a complete running back, over 1,000 yards rushing, 16 rushing touchdowns. This kid smells the goal line. Short yards goal line, he's going to get in that end zone. He's going to obviously convert those first down opportunities. And this is a kid with great hands. You can line him up wide. He only had one fumble. He was productive. He really excelled in his second, third game on. The rest of the
Micah
year.
Robinson, cornerback, Tulane.
I'll tell you what, a one-cut runner, and he's going north-south, and he's got great hands. Like I said, you can line him up wide. He can almost be used sometimes as a wide receiver. That versatility is going to lead him, I think, in a nice addition for Trevor Lawrence, Liam Cohen, that Jaguar offense.
So the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock, and the pick is in.
Gary, you
All
star
right.
shopping.
Almost to the New York Giants. We have pick number 24 in the 7th round, the last round. The pick is in for the Seahawks. Right. There we go. Seattle Seahawks select Ricky White III, wide receiver, UNLV. Alright. So the Cowboys are on the clock. Yes, I'll be right back. Hopefully I'll be back before the Cowboys pick. I'm back. Cowboys select Phil Maffa, running back Clemson. So they went with a running back. The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. The pick is in. Alright, who is the Bills going to select? Caden Crawford, wide receiver, Maryland.
Colts are picking second
All
every
right.
in the draft, not battling for the Super Bowl like other clubs in the National Football League. Find me a bust with those three. If we come back 2-3 years from now, you can play this back right to my face if you want. I will say that Roethlisberger, Rivers, and Manning, none of the three will be fun. Forget the franchise. Aaron Rodgers is solid. How far he drops is going to be the storyline of the day. I like Aaron Rodgers a lot, and somebody's going to get themselves a heck of a steal. If I'm picking, it's already up there. It's Aaron Rodgers.
Who made that rule anyway? You can't pick one in the first round.
I did. I personally, if I were a GM, my philosophy is I would never take a running back in round one. We've had an ultimate gunslinger who I thought was the most entertaining quarterback to watch.
Okay, the Denver Broncos are now on the clock.
70% completion percentage. This makes you sick, Don. This guy will throw the ball down the field. He will play football the way we like to see it played. And this kid has, I think, a lot more potential moving forward than people think, considering the fact that a lot of people will write them off because of the system he comes from, saying, hey, where's the successful quarterback coming out of this? Basically running true play offense, Don, and asking you to do that. Mahomes got to prove that he can do something nobody else can do. This kid can throw the ball all over the yard. He has no conscience about throwing into traffic. He sees three defenders and a receiver. He'll try to stick it in there, and he'll take chances, sometimes unwarranted. That kid's got guts at throwing the football.
Man, Kite.
How about that, man? We're going to do the same thing.
Come on, Shador. Let's go, baby.
42nd consecutive draft, 340 rounds, like 75 Pro Football Hall of Famers during your tenure.
How many times did you give a Hall of Fame grade to? I hope all of them.
75. I hope. You know my favorite thing about Mel is after the draft, they'll say, well, who's overrated, who's underrated? Nobody. They were rated perfectly. I'm rated the way I rated them.
All right, the pick is in for the Broncos. See who they will select.
They're thinking about next year. Fire away, Matt.
If it goes past 7 o'clock, I will be live.
No, but it is the time of the
Still,
draft
so.
where undrafted free agents. And that's the list that I start compiling tonight, and you guys will as well. Because you spent a lot of time. These guys have been working tirelessly. Lou, you studied a ton of players who won't get drafted. You know it.
Yeah.
You want to find out where they go. Because you used to have 17 and 12 rounds. These undrafted free agents, he spent countless hours, and it's not wasted time. These guys are going to come
Broncos needs a running back and a wide receiver.
would have been 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th rounders. And they'll beat out some of the 3rd, 4th, 5th rounders.
Yeah,
So there's some good, you said good players still on the board?
Absolutely.
There's a ton of them.
When this draft is over and we're packing up and heading on out of here, personnel departments are still at work, man. They're fighting hard to get some of these undrafted free agents into their building. And I'll tell you what, the advantage for those guys is that they can really pick and choose and negotiate with multiple different teams to try to figure out what's the best fit for them instead of getting drafted. Sometimes that works to your
They're
advantage.
looking to see who filled the.
That's right.
They had their agents. Where is the best shot to make?
That's
Trying
right.
to make a team.
Yeah.
If they're stockpiled at a position, don't go there. Go there. And these teams are sitting with these kids throughout the latter portion right now to get them. You know that.
Yep.
Get them signed.
No doubt. No doubt.
But
back to Mel for a second.
Oh,
my God.
Well, we've got a surprise for you, Mel. For those that may not know, whoever checks out the First Draft podcast, we're just talking about our Orange Crushers. If you're thinking, why do they call them the Orange Crushers? You know why? Because
Pass it
Mel's
down.
single favorite beverage is an Orange Crush. I call it a Maryland special. I'm not
It
sure
is.
it's actually
I
originally
didn't know
in
that's
Maryland.
in
or
Maryland.
not.
I didn't know about the Orange Crush.
what's in here?
Yeah, I was gonna
Enough. Three's my limit, Reese. I tell you something.
Is that right? Three. That's right. Cheers to this.
All right, the Denver Broncos select.
Long day.
I'll tell you something.
Who do they select?
Hours ago.
Celebrating Mel, though.
Glad Lono, tight end, Utah.
The Father
Okay.
burns as passionately and powerfully today as in 42
So the Rams are now on the clock.
We have one shot. Yeah. Every kid that we read and we do the highlights over, that's their one opportunity.
Mel, I don't
The
think
Rams are now on the clock.
we're trying to really emphasize this every year.
And the pick
Truly are, and
is in.
You saw something in this event, and rather what this could become before anyone else. People tried to talk you out of it. Tried to talk you out of doing reports on players and then trying to really make something out of the fact that teams are picking players for their football team. It's gone from that, from a ballroom in your little, paperback publication to this. A traveling party all over the country because
Right.
of you. And that's not hyperbole, that's just a fact. You saw something that people tried to talk you out of, and now it's become this huge production. Hats off to you, man. I say it every year, I'll say it every
Probably,
year. You do
that
this,
thing is
right?
probably
You
full.
did start this.
Christian, I hope this is something in the 7th round we're doing every year.
We're going
That's gonna have to be
Get
easy.
used to it.
Let's do it.
See if I can refresh this thing.
Of all the drafts you're going to do, that we're going to do something that we've never done, that Mel's never done in a draft before. You said that you felt pretty sure that there would be a bathroom break this year.
Oh my God!
And there still has. How many
So
questions are it take to go to the bathroom?
First of all, I don't know. Mel, answer that, will you please?
Well, let me just tell you, I had the other day when we first got here Wednesday, I lost my voice.
Yeah.
I went through
that was scary.
Bottle of water after bottle. I drank more water, I was drowned. Okay? I mean, more water than you could ever imagine. I probably more than I drank in 3 months. And I still got through the first day somehow. How? I did it all back at the hotel. I had like 25 bathrooms.
Still has Pickens in.
Watching at home shouldn't emulate
Huh.
that. No, I do grew up wanting to be Mel Kiper. Maybe not. Sometimes watching football. That's not good for the bladder. I have
5 more picks for the Giants to select.
this year. I took the break. I had to.
Reese, I gotta tell you, this is the most I'm never nervous. The most apprehensive I've ever been going into a draft was this one. Well, I didn't know on day one how long it would last. Wow.
With your voice?
No.
Yeah, I know. When we did rehearsals, when you first started talking, I was like,
Okay, so the pick is in for the
hey man, I can see it in your face. You
for the Rams.
Are we gonna actually have?
Here we got the Rams select.
How about that? You've gone pretty strong though. You've had some long hands in this draft. I think you did all right.
Now not the
that we found out over on ABC
Mumpfield.
had that happen.
Wide receiver, Pittsburgh. So they went with the wide receiver.
Why are you keeping all the...
You're a generous
Alright, so
for just yourself.
the Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock.
That's my favorite when it has this. This is the key. You gotta have yellow is the ready whip back.
I'll be right back, guys.
Fields, we gotta carry this microphone.
We gotta grab this sucker. Put him on, Kuiper. If I'm digging into your left ear, here. Let's get this. Here. Put my Kuiper glasses on here. It's like an 8 gag. All right. Let's fix you up here, Mel. Any better? Well, you can't hear anything.
No, you're a piece, baby. Come on in, falling apart. We've been on TV for about 17 hours. We can have audio technicians.
You don't want any?
All you guys. Oh, goodness. Buy the pie, whatever you want.
You want to pass down the whip? Never mind. Mine's going to be gone by the time you pass it down. Show us how much Pat Reed. All right, we need.
All right, bring it over here. I'll show you.
Thank you.
Get ready to eat. Yep, shake it, shake. Ready? Get ready. I'm ready.
So now you eat it, please.
One bite at a time. This is the way you gotta do it.
So you got to do one bite.
Not hands, no hands, Brian.
Sorry.
Floppy there, Fieldy.
Again?
All right. Right back for more. All right. You just keep going. Come on.
You spray and bite every time.
That's enough right there. Just.
You spray and bite.
Remember, no crust.
No crust.
No crust. Right the crust.
Sound like my kids.
There you go.
Just keep going like that, huh?
Spray it and then eat it.
Wow. Everybody wants them? You gotta spray them.
Right?
I'm intimidated by it. Like every single bite. Like, remember the day? Remember the year when somebody messed up your pie?
I remember.
He got like ticked off on live TV, folks.
I did.
Because somebody messed up his pie.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah. Todd did it.
Yeah.
More pieces of pumpkin pie until it was evaluated.
Yep. Where's that?
I'll tell you.
Alright, the pick is in.
This is the combination.
Baltimore Ravens select Garrett Dillinger, guard, LSU. So they went guard. Alright, the Detroit Lions are now on the clock. Guys, we are almost there. We are almost there.
Crazy, Will.
And the rest of the meal is, of course, so healthy. You don't eat the crust, right? Now, is that because you don't like the crust, or just
What's in the crust?
carbohydrates?
I was told hydrogenated.
Lions are now on the clock. Here we go.
There's no hydrogenated
The
oil
pick
crust underneath it at all.
is in.
The part under, there's none in there.
Yeah, right.
Think about Mel's, and every
is a mystery with you, man.
Why do I
It is.
because
You throw
I
football.
got players being drafted.
Hydrogenated oils?
Draft's not over. Yeah, hydrogenated oil.
You know that term?
Yeah, I've been using it for 10 years. Yeah, it's the reason why I don't eat the truck.
Where do you stand on beef tallow?
On what?
Beef tallow. Beef tallow now is all the rage. If you put French fries in beef tallow, they're like a lot better for you. You can even put beef tallow on your skin. It'll make you look 10 years younger.
I need that.
That's well, me too.
We don't have that peanut oil. What peanut oil?
No, I don't know about the peanut oil. I'm not sure.
No?
I don't know.
You know, I think that, by the way, I actually think I have a theory as to why Mel's not indulging with his pumpkin pie right now. I learned this about Mel on our show, but
I don't eat with anybody. That's right.
Mel does not eat in front of other people. So if he gets invited to a party, he eats, then he goes to the party and
Eat
throws
before the
fun.
party, so I can eat during the party.
Hold on, what's that about? You know what? I have never seen you eat anything. Every time we leave here, you're saying, I'm going back to my room, I'm going to order this, I'm going to order that.
He's
I'm like,
carrying a
what?
sub.
But you always go up in your room and eat.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't the entire point of going to a party to eat on somebody
There's
else's?
a lot of
Have to take care of the masses
about Mel Kiper that we're all learning right now.
That's why.
I eat pizza. What?
They need an edge, guard, and linebacker at the lines.
That's what I'm out.
What do you do with it?
I didn't realize.
You just don't eat it?
Throw it away.
I didn't realize you didn't eat in front of people. That's why.
I usually give it. Kim loves cheese. My wife loves cheese. So usually I'll take up. Give me that. Give me that.
That's why you were fascinated by the fact that when they bring the food out on College Game.
Oh, yeah. I keep an eye on Reese. Reese, the first one to grab it. He don't even look and see what it is. You're amazing. Finds every little thing.
I fry it in
Hey,
oil.
is this a sweet potato pie? Which it could be by the look. I need that.
You're the best, man.
Oh, what a time.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, my friend. Absolute legend. Nobody better than the great Mel Kiper. Great to be able to work with him and really our entire group, Lewis.
Well, hey, you know, over the past couple of days, as you've seen by all of the work that we have done here, what we really depend upon are the player highlights. It's the foundation of our broadcast. This year, our highlight producers created 500 plus player highlights. Think about that. 500 plus player highlights in anticipation of 257 players being selected. Similarly, we couldn't do our job without our incredible research team. Our graphic producers and graphic operators who literally created thousands of graphics. Our edit producers and editors who created 150 plus edits. Our Emmy award-winning remote operations team. The media room operators. Production operations, creative services, transmission, network traffic, the assignment desk, talent producers, news editors. You get my drift? It's an army of people. Security, public relations, social media, stage managers, mobile unit engineers and drivers, the runners, the production staff, and our incredible production management team and any other teammates I didn't mention. On behalf of everyone up here and on behalf of everyone in front of the camera, thank you very much to all the people who make this absolutely possible. You don't even see what's behind the camera. There's so many people helping us out. And then lastly, we'd like to recognize a special member of our team, Jack Coffey. Jack is a senior operations specialist and is retiring next month after 45 plus years of sports television. All of us would like to thank Jack for his leadership and service and wish him all the best.
The Lions have select.
Jack.
They have select Dominic. Love it. Wide receiver.
It is a remarkable,
Georgia.
remarkable team effort.
So the Commanders are now on the clock.
All the broadcasts that we do through all of this, Peter Schrager is back with us too. We're glad to have you along this year, Peter. It's been quite a ride already.
Well, Reese, I think I've expressed how grateful I am to be a part of this broadcast, especially on this network. I grew up in Freehold, New Jersey, and as a 10, 11-year-old kid, I would have all my draft guides going, and on the television, I'd be watching Chris Berman, Mel Kiper, and a certain man named Chris Mortensen. And to be in this chair on day 3 of the NFL draft, alongside Adam Schefter, I just get goosebumps thinking I could even be in the same vicinity as what Mort was. So on this day, I want to thank Mel Kiper, obviously, and all of you guys for making the draft what it is, but also to give him a quick
The pick is in for the Commanders.
And how special a man he was as well.
Amen to that. That's for sure, Peter. We certainly do miss Mort and the impact he had on the NFL coverage at ESPN. Winding our way down toward the end of the final round of this NFL draft, get you up to date on some of the picks that have been made while we were eating pumpkin pie and having orange crushers. Michael Robinson, another cornerback from Tulane, second one out of Tulane, being drafted, going to Green Bay. Ricky White, wide receiver, going to the Seahawks, and Phil Maffa, running back from Clemson, going to the Cowboys. You see Kate Prather from Maryland was picked up, Caleb Warner, tight end from Utah, and let's go back to Australia now for a special pick that you see, who will be number 242.
G'day everyone, it's Robert Owen here, and I brought along a mate. I'm here at the
Oh,
Crocodile
geez, he has a
Hunter
snake.
Australia Zoo, and I am
I would not have that on my deck.
We are so excited.
No
for
way.
this very important announcement. So, without any further ado, with the 242nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Kanate Munkfield, wide receiver, Pittsburgh. Congratulations, back to you.
Alright.
Thank you, Robert. I'm only afraid of 5 kinds of snakes. Big ones, little ones, dead ones, live ones, and ones on TV. I don't like him either. Get on him upfield.
Hey, I just tweeted about this a couple days ago, about the fact that I thought the LA Rams would be the perfect spot for Kanate Munkfield.
Zachary Brodsky, Maryland, running back, Arizona.
This kid is just a pure football player. 5'11", 186 pounds, 4'5", 8 in the 40.
Alright, the Giants are now on the clock.
Great ball skill, hands catcher, tremendous competitor. He just finds ways to get open. And as you see here, in contested environments, he just consistently makes the play. He's a
Alright guys, the Giants are now on the clock.
I could not be happier for him to go there. It's the perfect fit.
You're absolutely right, because the Rams with wide receiver.
The pick is in. The New York Giants have Sly. Let's see who he Sly. Corey Black, cornerback, Oklahoma State, baby. Let's go. We got a cornerback. Alright. That is a great pick for the New York Giants. Alright. So yeah, that's a good pick. Hopefully he does good for the New York Giants. Hopefully he makes his way to the starting lineup. Yeah, I'm rooting for him. Rooting for him. Alright, that is it for the Giants pick for the 2025 NFL Draft. So yeah. Please like and subscribe, and I will see you all in the next video.
Georgia, the passing game and his numbers did pick up. I think in the NFL, he's going to be a slot receiver where he's got quickness. He doesn't have to always the greatest ball speed in every 4-0. He doesn't always show his quickness. He's electric. So if you can get him to the slot, get him making plays, he's going to have someone like Jameson Williams that he can watch and learn from as he looks to expand his route tree. Maybe have some production in the NFL that he never found in college. I love it going to that Detroit Lions offense. The reaction from the Lions draft room, getting the Georgia receiver. And just after Lovett went off the board.
Alright, here you go. Cowboys are on the clock and the pick is in.
As a pure runner, he can get it done. There's no question about it. I think clearly look at eligibility issues, limited to the one game with the Wildcats. He rushed for 106 yards, and a touchdown with 13 carries against his former team, New Mexico. You watch him as a runner, explosive to rip off some big runs, cutback ability to make defenders miss.
They need a running back, wide receiver, and cornerback.
Never more than 13 catches in his season during his college career, but the kid has talent running with the football.
Alabama State to New Mexico to eventually, at least briefly, with Arizona this past season. He's a better athlete than he is instinctual runner at this point, but there's a lot of athleticism within this frame. He showed up as a late ad in the Shrine Bowl this year. Went in and rushed for over 100 yards. Looked like one of the best players in that game.
And he's slippery too, and he is explosive when he finds just
mentioned at the East-West Shrine game, he showed up, and I'm looking at my list like, who is this? Why does he look so good? And he really did impress there. There's an opportunity in Washington. That was a sneaky team that could have taken a running back early in this draft. So he had some shots there. Would love to see him get involved on special teams.
Washington may have gotten this deal there. This guy is the very definition of a one-cut slasher. Watch for this guy to make a splash in Washington. I'm just telling you, I love this take.
Final picks of this 2025 NFL Draft. Coming up.
Right, commercial break. Right. Pick is in. The Dallas Cowboys has select. Let's see who they will select. Tommy and Bossy. Defensive tackle, Maryland. So they got a defensive tackle. Alright. The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock. Right. Almost done. Almost done. Pick is in for the Saints. The pick is in for the Saints. Here we go. Who are they gonna pick? Yep, it's commercial. So we'll find out after this commercial break. Come on. Right. I missed it and they took off and they came back.
See on display tonight.
Yeah,
To the Saints select
I'll try to be calm out there.
Malachi Davo, Cayenne, UCLA. So the 49ers are on the clock and the pick is in.
Making smart plays, keeping the ball in play and giving it to the guys.
And have a little fun too, right? Let's go, Sam.
Thanks so much, John. Here with Max Duggan. Max, you're getting your first start. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, excited. Excited to be out with the guys again. It's going to be fun to be in this atmosphere with the guys playing around.
And what are the emotions you have getting an opportunity to show what you can do?
It's just fun to be out here playing ball again, get out here with the guys. That's what it is, trying to get a team win.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Max. We'll be on right after the draft.
Guys, we'll look forward to it. Have you guys seen that sometimes after big plays, the sideline reporters will take the iPads to the players? And that's awesome.
49ers select Connell Colby, guard, out of Iowa.
What about the cornerback from Oklahoma State,
Right.
Corey Black, who went to the Giants. Yeah, got on to play through the process, Reese. The last couple months, Corey Black's name got coming up.
So the Green Bay mother-loving Packers are now on the clock.
Led Oklahoma State, led that Cowboy defense at 6 foot, 190, 193 pounds.
That's what Tom Grassi says.
And 3 interceptions. See the feel and coverage that he has. Got a lot of talent from a physical and athletic standpoint. Recovery speed was excellent. Breaking the ball this year is better than it had been. He made plays at the catch point, which was impressive. Corey Black did. Like the overall awareness and coverage that he showed in 2024. If he can build on what we saw this season, breaking up passes, intercepting passes, and really maximizing.
Alright, the pick is in for the Packers, so
You have something to work with for the New York Giants.
USC. Oh, they didn't go to block. Missed it. Damn it.
He was absolutely at his best this past season. He was at his best when he was able to come up and attack the ball.
What the Giants have done, a couple of first rounders after
The
making
Green
that
Bay
trade,
Packers
go back up
select
and pick up Jackson Dart, really like
John
Darius
Williams,
Alexander pick in the third
offensive
round. And they get
tackle
Donnie from Nebraska, which we talked about
of
now.
guard, Cincinnati. Alright. And the New England Patriots are on the clock.
And they went to Maryland and they got Tommy Akinbisto.
Yeah, we've seen Dallas attack the defensive line, and here they get somebody who had his best season in 2024. Even though the sack production, just one sack, we saw him be able to
We'll be live for 7 hours.
explosiveness, 6'3", almost 6'4".
Almost 9 minutes until we
5'09" in the 40-yard dash really shows
will be live for 7 hours. Oh my god. This was the longest I ever went.
Unquestioned talent. He has the size, he has the length.
I'm almost there.
But getting that production up to the next level.
The 29th defensive tackle taken in this draft. And a lot of the fighting going back and forth with wide receivers for the most common draft positions so far.
We have 7 more picks to go. 7 more picks.
Their first couple of picks. Savone Rebel Jr. from East Carolina. When he gets healthy, might be a real steal from them.
Yep. I like that running back double dip today. Hey, I know you love your boy Jaden Blue.
Hey, I'm telling you, Ezra Ockham, Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa, that right there is a nice combination of players that's going to help this football team, especially Jaden Blue with that home run speed.
Cowboys celebrating their 3-day draft. Next on the board, the New
The
Orleans
pick
Saints
is in
UCLA and got the tight end.
for the New England Patriots.
Nava has sort of an interesting path here, Reese. He kind of put it all together during his final season. He spends a pair of years at Oregon and a pair of years at UCLA. He had more catches and receiving yards in his final season with UCLA than he did in his first 3 years combined. 6'6", 263 pounds, can play inline, ran a 4.81 40 at the combine. Not a premium athlete for the position, but an ascending player now goes down to New Orleans. See more inline work.
Is it line work
Yeah,
there?
there you go.
Finding open space. Putting it in. See if he can do similar things with the
There you
Saints.
go.
Saints, of course, waiting to
Patriots
see
select.
Carr situation, whether he's injured. Last night we saw them take quarterback in the second round, Tyler Shuck, veteran college player.
Jordan
Through a
Ashby,
lot of
Longs,
injuries. Field and I over on the
LS,
NBC set,
Vanderbilt.
we met Tyler's dog Murphy, who was celebrating the selection as well. Also very well
I
prepared
think
for
that's a
quarterback.
long snap, right?
They had a bandana for the dog for every NFL team, so that when it happened, he would be able to dress the mark.
You couldn't be happier for Tyler Shuck. Everything that he's been through in his career, all the different injuries, the transfers, going to 3 different schools, finally getting with the Browns, and now gets to go down there and get tutored by Kellen Moore. I think you will see him be a starter in very, very short order.
Yeah, long snapper. So they were in long snapper in the NFL.
Though they are still on the board for one of these
In the draft.
at the
Okay.
end of round 7, late at the end of round 7. Connor Colby, guard from Iowa, going to the Niners.
I always love when we get this late in the draft and you find scheme fits that just make sense. Connor Colby is an excellent zone blocker. The 49ers, they're going to run that zone.
So the 49ers are on the clock and the pick is in.
He has experience. He's played right guard, left guard, right tackle. This past year he was first team
6 more picks to go. Here we go.
Third team All Big
in. So he has some of that ability as a puller, as a trapper, and the ability to get out in space and make plays. And there are times where he plays a little bit high at 6'6", 310 pounds. If you can get that pad level down, the quickness is exactly what the Niners need at offensive guard.
He should fit right in, Fields.
Yeah, the only thing I'm glad that we saw in that picture has an elite mullet as well, which has to be factored in during the scouting report at some point in the process.
Have a look at the 49ers picks. Upton Stout,
Damn it.
cornerback from Western Kentucky. C.J. West, transfer defensive lineman. So good for Kurt Cignetti at Indiana in their playoff run this past year. And day 3 work that the 49ers have done, which includes another Kurt Cignetti player, Curtis Fork, who we didn't get a chance to talk about. Brother Nathan, of course, played in the NFL, now the CFL. Curtis, great career at Ohio, but it was just phenomenal as a leader and quarterback for the Hoosiers this year.
Absolutely. And look, Jordan Watkins is going to catch 1 million passes in that offense. 1 million passes. Him and Ricky Pierce, it's going to be incredible, those two.
The home
You're gonna need a defensive tackle, offensive tackle, guard, and whatever thingy. But go.
Williams, the offensive tackle from Cincinnati.
Now, 5-year player for the Bearcats, Reese, who this past
49 was select.
quarterback kick, and when you see that statistic, you think
Who
to
did I
yourself,
select?
probably a premium pass protector. Wasn't always convinced the athlete
Junior
would hold up at the
Bogan,
NFL level at offense.
wide receiver,
Throughout the pre-draft
Montana.
process, John Williams could end up playing guard at the NFL level. In which spot he would have excellent size, a 6'5".
Alright, the Miami Dolphins are now on the clock.
Bear claw hands at 11 inches as well. Very experienced player. Now heads to Green Bay. And of course, the crowd here loved it.
They've done such a tremendous job hosting this, and the hospitality. It's
And the
smallest
pick is in for the
sport in American
Dolphins.
professional sports, but the enthusiasm for the NFL and for the Packers particularly unsurpassed. And the Packers put together a pretty good draft. You can find out who they're playing on May 14th with the NFL schedule release that's coming up on a variety of platforms. So 257 selections that will be made in this draft. At the moment, the Patriots
The Miami
have
Dolphins
257.
select
Mr. Irrelevant pick, who will be celebrated
Zeke
throughout
Biggles,
celebration of this.
defensive
And you see
tackle,
the Packers
Georgia
got 8 of
Tech.
10 regular season wins. Nobody
And
in the
now
NFL. They have 13
the New Orleans Saints
era.
are now
33 players that
on
made it into the Hall
the
of Fame
clock.
after wearing Packers uniforms.
at pick 38,
Because I don't think that any of us thought
pick
that we could make
254.
something that only, of course, 7 teams do in each conference each year. And it felt like the Packers, there were a couple of roster holes that we had talked about, including wide receiver, cornerback, and edge rusher.
The pick is in for the Saints.
Best improvement next year comes from playing better and staying healthy at a couple of key spots. This roster is not this far away. One of the realities the Packers face, if you take a look at their picks here in just a moment, they play in the toughest divisions in the entire league right now. I think all 4 NFC North teams figure they have a legitimate shot to be in the playoffs next season. It's an incredible host city here. It really does feel like you're walking on hallowed ground here in and around Lambeau Field. And here are the picks for Green Bay, which offense starts things off.
What do you make of their draft? How would you assess it?
I think a lot of it hangs right now on Matthew Golden actually becoming a 1 or a 1A for Jordan Love. Because look, they signed Jordan Love to a big contract extension. The wide receiver group really underwhelmed. Christian Watson, he's injured. He's going to be coming off of injury. You know, guys like Dontavian Wicks, Romeo Dobbs, these guys have to take a step up. They have to become dependable for him in order for them to keep pace in the NFC and keep pace in this division already, where Jared Goff is off to a wicked start.
Okay, Zeke Biggers was the next man off the board, going to Miami. Defensive lineman,
The New Orleans Saints pick is in. The New Orleans Saints pick Father Diggs, edge, Syracuse.
It was just an issue for them.
So they went
They
edge.
have now gone out and gotten themselves what is their 3rd defensive tackle, guys who have tremendous size. And that's what Zeke
3 more picks to go. And the Houston Texans are now on the clock.
He'll create stops, he'll create
So after the New England Patriots pick, we are out of here. We are done for the day.
The fun part of this, Get him in the middle of the field. When the other team's kicking a field goal, Zeke Vickers can help you out. 4 picks remaining in this edition
Until
of the
tomorrow will be doubleheader of the Yankee game.
Irrelevant, the final pick.
Live stream of the Yankee game. Commercial break. Alright, Texans pick is in. Who will the Texans pick? Alright, the Houston Texans select Luke Lachey, tight end, Iowa. Alright. So now the Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock. 2 more picks to go. Until we are done, we have streamed for 7 hours. I am beat up. Alright, the pick is in. The pick is in. Who are the Chargers gonna pick? We will find out. Good. Back from commercial break.
Hawks and the Michigan Panthers. Now we're going a little bit past the top of the hour here on the coverage of the draft. So that game's going to start on ESPN Plus, and as soon as we are finished with the draft, the action will continue on ESPN for the Panthers and the Battlehawks. You see some recognizable names, guys who've been drafted, college stars who will be playing in that game as they continue on playing in the UFL.
Alright, the Los Angeles Chargers have select. Who is it?
Get to the end of the draft extravaganza.
The Quincy Bridges,
What has been a tremendous draft.
safety, Florida. Okay. Last pick, here we go. Last pick, and we're all out of here.
Selections, Julian Ashby, a long snapper from Vanderbilt, going to the Patriots. You got
The
Junior
pick
Bergen,
is in.
Montana to the Niners. We talked about Biggers, Fadil Diggs.
And the
Syracuse
draft
going to
will
the
be
Saints.
over.
And how about Luke Lachey, tight end from Iowa, son of Jim Lachey, first round draft pick out of Ohio State. And Luke Lachey is coming off the board, selected by the Texans.
Has some of that classic inline tight end ability, very good size at nearly 6'6" and 250 pounds. Reese averaged just 8.25 yards per catch this past season, but in prior years he was up over 13 yards per catch in 3 straight seasons. Suffered a major injury back in 2023. Thought he might have, I thought they might have come out last year. Ended up deciding to stay in school for one final season. Had 4 receiving touchdowns in 2022. That was the only year in which he had any receiving touchdowns. Not going to overwhelm with his athleticism, but big size, post-up abilities you saw right there on that touchdown against the Ducks.
So Luke Lachey going to the Texans. Team with C.J. Stroud. Right after Luke was taken, Chargers took Franklin Bridges, the safety out of Florida, which brings us to this moment. Mr. Irrelevant, the final pick of the NFL draft every year. 50th year that we've had Mr. Irrelevant. Part of the festivities include the presentation of the
pick is in.
Trophy, and now
the pick is in.
The Patriots will select Mr. Irrelevant.
Here we go. The last pick.
Thank you, Green Bay, and we've saved the best till last. Thank you to the person way in the back, the Bob Uecker of the field. Way to hang in there, Green Bay. I'm not old enough for Woodstock, but this probably is what it looked like, only with friendlier people. Thank you to Green Bay. We like that you're a community event, just like Irrelevant Week. We've been doing it for, this is the 50th year. You love your team. We love your community. We'd like to thank Fran Orsini for being good to us and feeding us cheese curds and ribs. Doug Fran and McKim at the Union Hotel. He's awesome. All of you have been great. So we'll see you in Newport Beach, the final pick of the 2025 draft. We'll see you in Newport Beach. You can visit newportbeach.com or go to the Bay Club, come party with us. Bring your cheeseheads, we like that. The 257th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft by the New England Patriots is Kobe Minor, a defensive back from Memphis.
Kobe Minor, cornerback from Memphis.
Congratulations. Thank you, Green Bay.
All right, guys. That was the last pick of the 2025 NFL Draft. We have wrapped up day number 3. Alright? That was a long stream, guys. Long stream. Okay, guys. Until next time, till tomorrow, we have a doubleheader tomorrow for the Yankees. See you all tomorrow. Please like and subscribe. And I will see you all tomorrow for doubleheader of the Yankees live stream. Peace.